Hello everyone, welcome to the live stream. I hope you all are doing fine here. We have the game going on between Gukesh and Idani. Idani is a grandmaster from Iran and he is currently placed number 3 in Iran. This is going to be an interesting game as both players are very tough and we expect to have a very nice battle. So we just went through the game, what has happened so far. This is a Queen's Gambit opening by white here, Gukesh, and Idani has opted to go for a Slav setup. With the Slav setup, he has right now the bishop on b7 and bishop on d6. Knights are also well placed. This is the current position now. With c takes d4, position is equal. And now I'll keep the engines on for you so that you guys can check the position evaluation. Also, you can check the best move suggested for both the sides. So position is currently equal and it shows equal, that is 0.12 as the evaluation for the position. Now guys, is here there are a couple of options. White can play knight to b5, which is suggested by the engines. Can you let me know guys, what if we take on d4? Can we take the pawn on d4? Is that the question? That's a question. Should we take on d4 or should we take on e6? Here is a complicated decision. There are three lines here. You can try to go knight b5. You can try to go pawn takes on d4. This is also an option. Or you can try to go e6 trying to attack here on d7. So which options would you choose here from this position? Hello all the viewers out there, welcome to the live stream. This is the current position on the Gukesh game right now. So Gukesh is playing with white pieces. And right now Gukesh is facing a very difficult choice here. What to do? We have, should we go knight b5? Should we go knight takes d4? Or should we go pawn takes on e6? We have multiple options. What would be your choice? Let me know guys. Okay guys, I have created a poll. You can try to answer the poll guys. Which move would you play here? Will you play knight b5? This is Gukesh's game which is going on. We'll be also covering Arjun's game, Arjun Erigasi's game, Ronak Sadhwani's game. They are playing with each other today. We'll also try to cover the game of Adhiban and Nihal Sarin. So we'll be covering four games today. All the new viewers out there, welcome to the live stream. You may try to answer the poll. This is the current position right now, wherein Gukesh is thinking in this position, and Gukesh has few options here. He can try to go knight b5, he can try to go knight d4, or he can capture the pawn on e6. What would you play in Gukesh position right now? Choose your option. The poll is open, guys. Also, those who are watching the stream, guys, please feel free to ask your questions, queries in the comment section. I'll be happy to answer your queries. We had a beautiful stream day before yesterday. We covered a lot of games there. Unfortunately, Gukesh had lost that game, so we were not much happy at the end of the stream. Today, we expect that Gukesh wins this game and comes back in the tournament with his full form. We will wait for the Gukesh move now till the and let's check the poll so far. So half of the people have said knight takes d4 is the best option, and some people have said d takes e6 is the best option. We will take a look at both of these options. You can also give your options, guys, before Gukesh makes his move. You can put your answer in the poll, and we will discuss these three moves. Which one is the best? We still have to cover games from the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. Those games have started as well. This is a critical position in Gukesh game wherein Gukesh faces a tough choice whether to play knight b5, knight takes d4, or d takes e6, or even e takes d4. There are many options here. Position is slightly better for white. So guys, you can put your options. What will you play in this position? The poll is on. 67% people have said yes, they will capture the pawn on e6 with their pawn on d5. This is an interesting choice, guys, because that opens up the diagonal for the black slide square bishop if you capture the pawn on e6. So let's assess now these moves. Those who have said d takes e6. Okay, if you go d takes e6, the problem with d takes e6 is, guys, if you go d takes e6 right now, there is d takes c3. Black will get your knight. And if you take the knight on d7 there, if you capture the knight on d7, then what happens? They get your bishop on b2. So what is happening, guys? We are piece down now. So if you go for d takes e6, that will result in being piece down. So let's go back now. So d takes e6 is not the right option. We will lose the piece. This is giving two threats and we have only one threat of capturing the knight. So we should not go d takes e6. We can try to play something else there. Not d takes e6. Let's try playing the move. Okay, what was the other option? Let's go back to the poll and check from the poll now. Knight takes on d4. Some of you have said knight takes on d4 is the best option. Let's try to think about it. So if we go knight takes d4 now, yes, I've kept the move on the board. Now if we go knight takes d4, the best move is now for black knight takes on d5. If knight takes on d5, we can take the knight back on d5. And once that is done, the bishop can take the knight on d5. So this will result in an equal bishops, but the position is wide open. Now if you look at black's bishops there, they are having a very nice diagonals there. Okay, let's go back to the Gukesh game. I think it got refreshed. Okay, knight b5 was played by Gukesh here, guys. So knight b5 was suggested by engines also. So that is the best move right now, knight b5. And we'll come back to the game now. We were discussing about d takes e6, which loses a piece, so we should not be capturing on e6. And if we capture the pawn on d4, then black gets knight takes d5, knight takes d5, and bishop takes d5 there, giving a very nice diagonals for these bishop. So Gukesh choose to go knight to b5 there, because knight b5, if possible for Gukesh, then he can get one of the bishops there on d6. And once we get one of the bishops, definitely black would be slightly having a passive position because he'll be losing the bishop pair in an open game. If the game is open, try to keep your bishops. If the game is closed, try to keep your knights. Right now, the game is wide open, so bishops are going to be the major pieces here. When I say major pieces, not actually the major pieces, but the pieces which matter most in these positions. Okay, so we are back now. We'll try to check now Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. I will remove the arrows. I'll keep the engine analysis on for all of you guys. It is roughly equal now. I'll come back to the next games we are covering today. Next game we are covering today is from the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. We have Arjun Riyasi playing with Ronak. Ronak is playing with white pieces and Arjun is playing with black pieces. Both players have scored 4 points out of 5. This is going to be an interesting battle. You can also see the current standings on the right hand side top corner of the screen. We have currently Robson Ray leading the tournament. We have Indjic Alexander, and Indjic Alexander today is playing with Nihal Sarin. So that is going to be an interesting battle. Arjun and Ronak both are on third and fourth places, so they're playing with each other today. That is going to be interesting. And we have Nihal Sarin on number seven there. So previously, after round four, there were five Indians at the top, four Indians on the top, one, two, three, four. But right now, due to draws, they have slipped down to few lower positions. But still, we expect Arjun to do well in this game. Arjun and Ronak both to do well in this game. It's sad that we are playing with the same team members from the same nation, but we cannot help it. That's the format of the Swiss tournament. So now next game is between Nihal Sarin. Let's go to the Nihal's game. So Nihal Sarin is today playing with the Serbian number one player, Grandmaster Indjic Aleksandar, who is leading the tournament, who is on number one. He's on number two, not number one. Nihal is playing with black pieces. Position is roughly equal now. Time is roughly equal. No one is in time pressure or extreme time pressure. We can quickly run through the moves to check what has happened so far in the game. So the game started with c4. Indjic Alexander played c4, c6, d4, d5. This is a Slav defense. Knight to c3, knight to f6, bishop knight to f3, pawn to e6, pawn to e3. Knight d7, queen c2 was played here. Bishop to d6, pawn to e4. So this is not very frequently played, this move e4. Maybe here Indjic has his home preparation to break this d5 pawn with the pawn to e4, but this is not recommended, guys. This e4 move is very you can say it can be a novelty if this proves to be a very good game, and if Injek comes out to be a winner. This is not a move which is frequently played. Generally here bishop e2 is played, or white goes b3 to put his bishop on b2 there. But this move which is e4, it's a strange move. So let's see what happened there. 4 in the game. E4 was played, and here Nihal had a tough choice. So he thought for some time here and he played knight takes e4, knight takes e4, d takes e4, queen takes e4, and now bishop to b4 check. So this position now looks like, when queen captures, this position looks like a Rubinstein variation of French defense. Those who are aware, when or even the Karo Khan where you capture on e4, the similar positions occur. But it's more resembling the French defense because bishop is stuck there, and black just captures on e4 there. So knight takes e4, knight takes e4, and there is no queen which can come to e4 then. So bishop b4 check is played by Nihal Sarin. After bishop g4 check, before check, bishop d2 was played. Bishop takes d2, knight takes d2, and then castles. After castles, we have queen to e3 here, pawn to e5, and then white has long castle. So this seems to be a very good position for both the players. Both players have castled on opposite sides. So this is going to be an amazing game, guys. This is going to be the most entertaining game of this evening. After this, black has captured on d4, queen has captured back. Now look at the position, guys. If the queens do not get exchanged here, if the queens do not get exchanged, it is going to be a great game. We will be seeing fireworks from both the sides trying to attack each other on the opposite side castled kings. So this is going to be a great game. Right now, engine shows 0.01, which you can see that the position is equal and nothing to worry about for Nihal or his opponent. I'll quickly come back to the comment section if any. Manoj Mittal is here. Manoj says, "Hey sir, good to see you today." Again, okay, Manoj says, "Can we get to know something about you?" Hello, yes, Manoj, definitely. I am a player, just player. I am FIDE rated 2048, and I hold the title of FIDE instructor, a licensed coach from FIDE. I am a regular streamer, and I'm also a full-time chess coach. So, yes, Manoj, you can tell us about you as well if you wish to. But yes, welcome to the stream, guys. Those who have just joined. Today we are covering four games. One from the Turkish Super League. Gukesh is playing today. Yesterday Gukesh was arrested. Today Gukesh is playing, so that's great news for all of Indians. We can watch his game. I'll be jumping back to his game very soon. We also have the game between Arjun Erigassi and Ronak today. who are playing against each other. Unfortunately, we were expecting them to get some other opponents, but they are on the same points, 4 points each at the end of 5 rounds, and they are playing with each other today. After that, we have the game between Indjic, Grandmaster Indjic Aleksandar, which is on your screen right now. He's a Serbia #1 player, currently second position in the tournament. He is playing against Nihal Sarin. Nihal Sarin is India's #8 and one of the great child prodigies you can say from India. The game is fairly equal now, but they have castled on the opposite sides. So this is going to be an interesting battle, guys. This is going to be a superb interesting battle. I wish that this game will be so entertaining that we'll be having a great fun tonight on this game. So let's move on now. We have the third game which we are covering today, or you can say the fourth game. It's the game of Adhiban. So let's jump to Adhiban's game. So Adhiban is today playing with Evgeny, Grandmaster Evgeny from Russia. They both are currently on 3.5 points each. And Evgeny was able to, I think he has drawn with Arjun a couple of days back on Saturday, or I think he won against Arjun. So he is a very good player from Russia. He's a grandmaster, and today Adhiban has a Herculean task of beating this great player from Russia. He's a Russian #8 right now, and Adhiban is currently India's #20. Let's see what happened in their game so far. We'll run through all the moves quickly from their games. Okay, so Evgeny started with c4. After c4, Adhiban played e5. g3 is going for the Catalan, or he's going for the Fianchetto setup there. Bishop g2, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, d3, d6, e5, e4, bishop to e6, knight to e2 here, pawn to h5. On h3, we typically see these kind of advances in the game just to make sure that they get a very good control of the g4 square there. So pawn to h5 here, Adhiban played. Adhiban is always looking for some kind of advantage early in the game. So Adhiban, he's a very good player, and today you can see that there is something different in the opening as well. He has gone h5, h4. Okay, if we just go back one more, this position, yeah. There are different options here. There is queen d7, right? You are trained to know, develop your pieces, go knight f6, knight e7, and castles. But here, Adhiban chooses to go h5, h4, making sure he gets some initiative in the game. Because when you're playing against grandmasters higher rated than you have to fight for initiative. If you just sit silent there, waiting for something to happen, then the opponent will just crush you there. So that's the right approach. Learning for all the viewers out there who want to beat grandmasters. Learn from Adhiban, guys. He is trying to go to for initiative early in the game. Pawn to g4 now. Pawn to f5. Again, we can see some aggressive moves here. So again, all the players who are learning now, right? You're coached to develop your knights, queens, and castle quickly. But Adipan is just out of the book right now, and he is just playing aggressive. So he has gone f5. Again, this is going to be an interesting battle because he is not holding back here. He's attacking on every move. So right now, this is the current position in the game, and it will be interesting again to see what will White do here because capturing with this pawn, yes, Black can capture back, and White would love to have this open diagonal here. This open diagonal. Yeah, so if white captures with this pawn, white is going to get an open diagonal on which white can try to play a lot. There is this knight to d5 move as well later on. With the help of the bishop, then the knight would go to c3 and the queen would go to b3 to attack on b7. So these kind of setups are expected in these kind of positions. I'm expecting that they would capture with this e pawn so that the diagonal opens up there for the bishop. So let's see what his opponent plays. Evgeny plays in the game. He plays e takes f5 or he plays g takes on f5. So let's jump back to the Gukesh game now. I'll come back to the questions if any quickly. Okay. Rishabh Mathur is here. Rishabh Mathur says, hi, which city are you based from? Hello, Rishabh Mathur. I'm based from Mumbai, based from Mumbai. Akshat is here. Akshat is asking, what about Gukesh game? Akshat, game is going on. We are jumping back to the game there. Okay, so this is Gukesh current game. And I'll just make sure that this is the latest position. Okay. Gukesh opponent has played a move rook c8 and queen e2. I'll quickly update the moves on the board here. All the new viewers who have just joined the stream, welcome to the stream, guys. Today we are covering four games. We are covering the game between Gukesh and Idani. Idani is a Iranian grandmaster. Is Iranian number three. Gukesh is a number four player, and this is the current position from their game. Position is roughly equal. I'll keep the analysis on for you guys so that you can get the details of the current position. So evaluation currently stands 0.016, 0.14 right now. So that is equal position. Looking at the position, guys, it's very dynamic because we have two pawns in the center. Look at those pawns, guys. The pawn on d4 and pawn on d5. It looks like that accidentally these pawns have been placed, but no, guys, this exchange has just happened. Few moves back, and none of the players are trying to go ahead with the pawn. They are just trying to maintain the pressure there as much as possible on the position and waiting for someone else to take the decision of doing something with the pawns there. This is going to be an interesting game again. All today's games are going to be interesting, guys, especially when in the Nihal's game where they have castled opposite sides. That is going to be interesting. So this is the current position of Gukesh game. So Akshay, that is the current situation here. The game is equal. Gukesh and GM Idani Pouya both are playing this game, and the position is equal right now. I will end the poll. That poll was for the previous position when Gukesh had to decide between multiple options there. All the new viewers out there, welcome to the live stream. We'll be having a commentary today, guys, till 7:20 p.m. India time, and then there is a break for about 1 hour, and the commentary will resume at 8:30 p.m. The screen will be on. You can see the different games which are going on right now. We are covering Gukesh game. We are covering Arjun Erigasi versus Ronak Sadhwani. We are covering Nihal Sarin, and we are also covering Adhiban's game from Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. All the games are currently at a very good stage and promise us an entertaining evening. Meanwhile, guys, you have any questions, queries, feel free to ask your questions and queries in the comment section. I'll be happy to answer your queries. Let's jump to the next game. That is the game between Nihal Sarin and yeah, this is the game between Ronak Sadhwani and Arjun Erigasi. Arjun is playing with black pieces while Nihal is playing with white pieces. Arjun is currently third in the tournament, placed third, while Ronak is fourth. The game is equal. Again, here we can see some h4 moves, h4 and a5 moves by Ronak Sadhwani. He is trying to choose an aggressive approach again, as we saw in the Adhiban scheme. Adhiban played h5 there, go h4 and try to attack white's position, Evgeny's position, Adhiban versus Evgeny. Right now, the same idea, similar idea is being used by Ronak Sadhwani. He's trying to gain some space on the king side. You can see, look at both of these pawns. Whenever these pawns are pushed, they also leave some weakness between in the squares like b4. So there is a certain weakness of b4 now, which can be occupied by black. Even g4 is a weakness there. Knight g4 kind of moves are expected now to harass the dark squared bishops. So if right now black goes knight to g4, can white save his dark squared bishop? Is there a way to save it? Can it go bishop g5? Trying to attack the bishop, but then there is f6. And f6, then the bishop has nowhere to go. The bishop has to come back on e3, and then the knight would capture, rook takes, and definitely then black would have a bishop pair versus white's two knights. Thereafter, white would have to make sure the position remains closed. If the position gets open, then the black's bishop pair will become super active there. So that's the current position from Ronak Sadhwani and Arjun Erigaisi's game. Let's move to the next game, guys. Nihal Sarin is playing today against Serbian number one player, Grandmaster Indjic Aleksandar. He is Serbia's number one player, currently rated 2613, and this position is very much dynamic. Although the position says that it's equal, evaluation bar shows equal, we always have some tensions going on when the kings have castled on the opposite sides. Both players will work very hard now to attack each other on the right places at the right time. So this again promises to be a very entertaining game. We'll be covering this as far as possible, this game as well. Let's jump to the Adhiban's game, where Adhiban had pushed his pawns ahead, and let's see what happened here. We were following this game. We saw till Adhiban played f5. Let's check what happened thereafter, after f5. So g4 was played there after g4. Okay, I'll just go back few moves. Yeah. So g4 was on after g4. Here Adhiban chose to play f5, attacking white's g4 and e4 pawns. White captured on f5 here with the e pawn, as I predicted that white would capture with the e pawn because they would like to have this open diagonal for the bishop. And this bishop is really going to be the great piece right now on the board. White would count all his money on this bishop to win this game. So pawn takes f5, pawn takes f5, and now bishop takes f5. Now Adipan also has to attack on the queen side. If you look at these bishops, they are all pointing towards the queen side there. Yes, so Adipan also has to be careful that he do not keep this diagonals closed for the bishop. There has to be some targets there. Also, his knight seems to be pretty late to get some development, so he has to get his knight in the game as quickly as possible. There is a possibility that, okay, knight d5 has been played right now by Evgeny, Grandmaster Evgeny, trying to attack these squares here. Black's knight can go on d7, e7 or f6, trying to challenge the knight on d5. And this is a common pattern when you have a bishop here, a pawn on c5, you go knight to d5 there. This we are able to see in Sicilian Dragon a lot when white plays the Grand Prix attack. This is similar to this. You can say that this is a reverse Grand Prix attack where white has played Sicilian Dragon and black has tried to play the Grand Prix attack with e5 and f5. So it will be interesting where white castles in this game. Castling on the king side, it can be recommended because you have to attack there on the queen side. Black's king has no shelter on the king side there. This is also not a great castle, but if you want to go full-fledged attack on the queen side, you have to put the king somewhere on the king side. So this is an interesting question, guys. Now, in this position, would you castle on the king side with the white king, or you would try to castle on the queen side? What would be your choice? Let me know in the comment section. Kristen is here. Hello, Kristen. Kristen, Nihal Sarin's game is also going on right now. Right now, the question is asked, where will you castle in this position, Adhiban versus Evgeny? Will you castle on the king side or on the queen side? If you were in Evgeny's shoes or Evgeny's seat right now, what would you do? Let's check Nihal's game as well. So Nihal is playing with today Grandmaster Indjic Aleksandar 2613 from Serbia, and position is very much dynamic, guys. This is right now Grandmaster Indjic thinking. It's white to play. Nihal has just moved his queen to e5 and has attack on the a2 pawn. So will Indjic play king b1 and allow this bishop to come on f5 to check it after knight f6 or knight b6? Knight should try to go b6 here because that's where the attack is going to happen. We need the knight here somewhere to attack. So Knight b6 is expected later on, and king b1 is also expected now. This is an interesting piece of position, guys. One player will take some risks, and you can now see that the time is Nihal is having more time on his clock. He has 1 hour 24 minutes, while Indjic Aleksandar has 1 hour and 7 minutes. Engine does show that the position is equal, but it's not going to be an easy task. Meanwhile, we have a game on Gukesh board, so we'll go back to Gukesh game and check what's happening there. Okay, let me refresh this. So d6 has been played. We had seen couple of moves back. I'll just go a few moves back here. So this is where the tension was building, guys. So here it was a complete tense position for Gukesh here, and Gukesh had to put some time, good amount of time to wonder what to play in this position. He had few options here, d6, which is a blunder because you lose a piece then. Both the pieces are attacked by the pawn. And there was another option of going knight d4 and pawn takes d4. So Gukesh chose the right move, that was knight to b5, avoiding all the complications. Here, black played rook c8 attacking the queen. Now, where would the queen hide? Would the queen go back on b1 to stay in this diagonal, or would queen hide on d2 to support the pawn on e3 and keeping some pressure in the d file? So Gukesh chose here to go queen e2, neither of those. He chose e2. Maybe his plan was to go e4 later on, trying to go e5, or after this pawn is captured, we have some kind of attacks on the queen there. So bishop to b4 was played, attacking the rook on e1, and now pawn to d6 has been played. So here Gukesh is also not giving up. If black is trying to attack us, we are going to do some counter attack there. So Gukesh has pushed the pawn to d6, and sometime in the game when this d pawn gets away, this bishop is going to be the monster, guys. Right now even black has a monster here, and both players have their own monsters right now on the board attacking each other's castle king. So if Gukesh is able to get rid of this bishop by any means, then definitely his bishop would be dominant in the position. Okay, Gukesh opponent Idani has just moved his queen back to d8, not capturing the pawn back with the bishop, because if he captures it back with the bishop, then the knight would capture the bishop and black would lose the initiative. So, or black would lose the bishop pair there. So this position is roughly equal. Now I'll keep the engines on for you guys so that you can know the evaluation of the engines. Queen to d8 has been played just now by Gukesh opponent Idani. You can evaluate this position. This is currently equal. We will check the next game now, guys. Let's go to the Arjun Erigasi and Ronak Sadhwani's game. This is also going very nice, and Ronak has managed to get space advantage on both the sides. And right now, the position is favoring white here, guys. Ronak Sadhwani is playing with the white pieces, and position tends to favor white here. And yes, he plays g4, guys. G4 was one of the moves that I was expecting here to attack black more. And look at these pawns, guys. Look at Ronak Sadhwani's pawns. He is not going to stay back today. He's just attacking with full force, and he wants this. He wants to win this game. He wants to show his dominance. That yes, today he is going to beat Arjun Erigasi. That's his confidence today. We actually we are not taking any sides here. We want both of them to win, but unfortunately today they have been paired up against each other. So we have to just accept one of them is going to win, one of them is going to lose, or best result it's going to be a draw. But it has to be an entertaining game. That's the point. So I think Ronak is making sure that this is not going to be a silent game. He's not going to sit silent. He is going to be attacking very much on all the sides there. I'll come back to the comments if any. Yes. Yeah, Kumar Ayush is here. Hello, Kumar Ayush. Good to see you. Kumar Ayush asks, what is the points table after round five? How many points they have? So we have on the right hand side, we can see the top. We have the standings after round five. Robson Ray is number one right now. Indjic Alexander, who is Nihal Sarin's opponent today, he's on number two. Arjun Erigasi is at number three. Ronak Sadhwani is on number four. Nodirbek Yakubov is on number five. We have Von Forest on number six and Nihal Sarin on number seven as of today after round five. Round six is going on today. Yesterday it was a break there. It was a rest day yesterday. They had a blitz tournament there. I could not check the blitz results, but this is the current position, and this is going to be an interesting game, guys. Now let's jump to Nihal's game. So Nihal is also playing with black pieces today, and he's playing against Indjic Aleksandar from Serbia, who is the number one player of Serbia, guys. And as I said before, this is a double-edged game because you can see that both players have castled on opposite sides. Both players have castled on opposite sides, and Indjic Alexander is losing time on the clock now. He's thinking a lot, and somewhere in the game, I think this is going to matter because he has taken around 20 minutes now from his clock to decide what's going to be his next move. Will it be pawn to a3? Will he play pawn to a3 defending the pawn, or he'll play king b1 or something else here? I think he's taking so long. Maybe he's planning to go bishop d3, or maybe he's planning to go knight e4, sacrificing the pawn on a2 there, trying to create some attack on the king side, black's king side. What is your call on this position, guys? Should white defend the pawn on a2 or go for the attack on the king side with bishop d3 or knight to e4 kind of moves? Let me know in the comment section what is your take on this. Ronak won the blitz. Thank you, Navya, for the updates. Aryan is it? Aryan says, is Gukesh playing? Gukesh is playing with which player? Yes, Aryan, I'll show the Gukesh cape right now. Gukesh is playing today with Grandmaster IdaniPouya. He's a Iran's number three player, currently rated 2641. This is not the live rating, guys. This is last month's rating. This month's live rating will be updated in September. So position is roughly equal now. I'll make sure that this is the latest position we have right now for Gukesh. Yes, Queen D8 was the last move here, and the position is equal. This is white to play. Gukesh has to play his move now. So we are waiting for Gukesh move. Meanwhile, we'll just jump to Adhiban's game, which was interesting as well. Adhiban is playing today against Evgeny, and Evgeny has defeated Arjun Erigasi in this tournament. So Evgeny is also a very good player from Russia. He is currently Russia's number 8 player. Adhiban is currently India's number 20 player. And this position, guys, I asked you the question, what will white do? Which side the white would castle? Will he castle on the king side or on the queen side? So try to answer the questions, guys. And also, guys, I will have to take a break now for some time from the commentary. Timing for the commentary is shown on the left-hand side top corner of the screen. I'll be back soon at 8:30. I have a 1 hour break in between, so I'll be away from the commentary. Apologies, guys. I'll be resuming commentary at 8:30 p.m. today. Meanwhile, the games will be on the screen. You can check the screen and you can check the games and you can check the evaluation as well. So I have to take a pause from the commentary and apologies for that. I have to leave you alone here on the screen, but I'll be back soon. So these are the standings, guys. Those who were asking what are the current standings, these are the standings currently after round number five. And these are the standings from yesterday's Crypto Cup. Who those who have not yet followed FX Crypto Cup, Magnus Carlsen has won it comfortably, but he lost yesterday, and Pragananda was able to win easily, guys. Not easily, but he had to fight a lot, but he won yesterday against Magnus Carlsen. It was a great battle, and I was watching it live, and amazing. It was amazing, guys. If you haven't watched it, you can definitely go back and check some streams from yesterday. Pragananda won against Magnus Carlsen. So even though Magnus won the tournament, it was not a comfortable win for him at the end because he lost to Pragananda. So yes, that's the update. Let's jump back to Gukesh game now. This is Gukesh game, and I also show the pairings, guys. This is Gukesh team. On left hand side, you can see Turkish Airlines Sports Club. They are playing today with Hatay Metropolitan Municipality, and Gukesh is playing for the Turkish Airlines for this tournament. And they have very good players in their team. There are four grandmasters and two international masters. So their team has a higher seeding, you can say, and higher advantage in this tournament. Also, you can see the current standing that it is number one currently Turkish Airlines on top, followed by Began Pendik Chess Sports Club and some other teams at the bottom. So this is the latest standings at the Turkish Super League. Let's go to the Gukesh game now. Okay, guys, I'm taking a leave for now. I'll be back on the commentary very soon. Apologies for the same, guys. I'll be back very soon. Abhishek Chaudhary is here. Abhishek says Gukesh is not even in top 100. So, Abhishek, right now there are two tournaments which we are covering. We are covering Turkish Super League where Gukesh is playing. That is a different tournament, and other tournament is Abu Dhabi Chess Festival where Nihal Sarin, Arjun, Ronak Sadhwani, and Adhiban are playing. There are many more players who are also playing the Dubai or the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival, but we are covering three games today. We are covering the game between Arjun and Ronak Sadhwani. We are covering the game for Adhiban, and we are covering the game for Nihal Sarin. So we'll keep switching between all of these games, and I'll try to bring you the updates, analysis. But right now, guys, I have to take a break from commentary, and apologies for the same. Okay, Indian boy is here. Yes, Evgeny drew with Arjun. Okay, Indian boy, thanks for the update. I remember that Arjun was having a bad position, and if that was a draw, if I think I recollected it wrong. So yes, thanks for the update. Hello, all viewers. Welcome to the live stream. I'm back with the commentary as promised before. I'm 5 minutes earlier. So it's good to have all the viewers on the stream right now. We'll jump to the Gukesh game first and we'll check what is the current position at Gukesh game. Right now, the clocks are roughly equal 9 minutes for Gukesh and 10 minutes for Idani. I'll just check if this is the latest position and we are following the latest game. Okay, so there are few more moves. Okay, no, I think this is the latest position. E4 has been played by Gukesh here, and position is slightly better for Idani here. Okay, Anju is here. Hello, Anju. Good to see you on the live stream. Anju says Gukesh got a -2, but opponent made a blunder and everything got equal. So we will go through the moves now, guys. Those who are on the live stream, guys, welcome to the live stream. We'll go through the moves, recent moves that happened in the Gukesh game, and we'll try to find out how Gukesh got back in the game and what happened actually in the game there. So let's go ahead. We'll try to figure out the moves now. I'll go back to the moves. Okay, we'll start from the beginning here. So Gukesh played d4, knight f6, pawn to c4, pawn to a6, trying to go for the Nimzo-Indian defense. But Idani did not play Nimzo-Indian. He played the Slav defense instead. Knight c3, pawn e3, knight d7, bishop to e2, bishop d6, pawn to b3 here, and then castles. After castles, bishop b2 was played, pawn to b6, castles, and now bishop b7. This is the position which we discussed before I went away from the commentary, that both bishops are trying to eye over here on these squares, and it will be interesting who will be able to open the bishop and get the maximum benefit out of it. So queen c2, queen to e7 there, pawn to a4 was played in the game, and after pawn to a4, pawn a5 was played, and rook to d1 was played, rook to d8, bishop to d3 trying to attack h7 pawn more times, and there was some critical moment here, guys, in the game wherein Idani, Gukesh opponent, he captured the pawn on d4 here. Generally, when white captures, black replies with knight takes here or bishop takes or some kind of either of these three most generally. But we saw that Idani has prepared this and he played the move pawn takes on d4, giving a surprising position for Gukesh there to choose from. Three main options here. We have knight d4, we have e takes d6, which is a blunder, and knight to b5. Again, in the commentary, we discuss e takes d6 is a blunder because then pawn gets two pieces, and this pawn gets only one piece there. So it is not such a good position for white if we capture on e6. So knight b5 was recommended here, and Gukesh did play knight b5 in the game. And now rook to c8, trying to attack our queen. Queen moves away, and now here black tries avoiding the bishop exchange. Black does not want to give away his bishop for this knight which is on b5. If black gives away the bishop, then it will be a very bad, it won't be a bad, but white would get the bishop pair advantage then. So that is the reason why black put his bishop on b4, trying to attack the rook on e1. And after that, pawn d6 was played by Gukesh. So Gukesh said, okay, you're attacking me, I'm going to attack you back. So it's a counter attack by Gukesh there. Queen went back to d8 and now knight to d2, blocking the attack on the rook there. Pawn takes on e3, pawn takes on e3, and this opened up his king side. Now Gukesh is having one f file open here, and this position, guys, let's check. I think this position is where there could have been some kind of imbalance in the position. Whenever the pawn structure changes, you can see here this position was shown as slightly okay. It's equal, and you can see minus 0.08. So yeah, maybe slightly better for black there. But let's see what happened thereafter. So here he played rook to c5, and after rook c5, castles. After castles, rook to g5 was played by his opponent. Look at the way Idani is trying to get his rook lift done. This is the concept of rook lift. Those who watching the stream and learning right now, those who are not aware what rook left is, this is the way, guys, you can get your rook in the game via lifting it to the third rank or fourth rank or fifth rank sometimes and switching it over to where you attack most. So after this move, Gukesh played pawn to e4, again trying to go e5 and just locking the pawns if possible, because then this bishop would be defending the pawn and white would be have a very strong pawn on d6 there. So now bishop to c5 attacking the king. It's a check. King moves away, and now knight to g4. Knight on g4 really looks aggressive now. Look at this knight, this bishop attacking on f7. There is a huge pressure on the king side now. King queen can also jump in. If the rook gets out of the way, the queen can jump in on the king side to attack more. Also this bishop, if there is a possibility of getting rid of the pawn, then the bishop will be a monster on the king. So black really has a good chances here in this position. So we went ahead. Bishop d4. Here Gukesh played bishop d4 just maybe out of the fear that they don't want any attacks, any tactics there on the king. But this actually is not a good move, and this is giving away the bishop pair advantage now that white had. So here black captured on d4, knight captured on d4, and you can see the evaluation. Now it's back with black. Black is doing better here simply for the reason that their pieces are very well placed, knight and rook. Also their knight can jump quickly onto the king side. The bishop is attacking on e4 and they have a good attack. As I mentioned before, both players, right? They both had these bishops, monster bishops there, but it was the player who gets this diagonal open and gets the attack first. Unfortunately, Gukesh had to exchange this bishop, so he will no longer get attack on g7. All he has to do is to use his this bishop on h7, the one which is on e4. Right now, black will definitely get some advantage because this bishop is doing great on g2 square. Also, the rook is pointing to g2 there, so they have a team of bishop and rook working on this g2 weakness. So if you just go few moves ahead now, let's see what happened there. Let's get to the latest position now. There was some moves played in the game. Let's get to the latest position. So after this, knight to c4 was played by Gukesh. And what happened here? How did black give away the advantage? So this was a position where knight d4 and this black was slightly better here. Black is better in this position. And what happened thereafter? Knight f6. So what was recommended? Knight d e5 was recommended here. It was best for black to put the knight on e5 here, attack the bishop and try to be more aggressive. But knight f6 was played. Maybe Idani was trying to attack e4 pawn more with the bishop and knight and not on d3 bishop by going knight e5. So that is the reason why I think the evaluation changed back to being equal rather than better for black here. So knight f6. Now slowly you can see the evaluation is equal now. Yes, I think knight f6 move gave Gukesh back his chance to jump back now in the game and try to come on top. So after this, knight c4 was played and knight c4. After knight c4, black played knight to h5. Slowly but steadily, black is trying to get his pieces in the game. But now you can see that the evaluation is slightly moving towards +1 with this position because of these two knights, beautifully center placed knights here and an open file for the rook. These knights are also wonderfully placed, but I think still until and unless this bishop opens up the, and black gets rid of this pawn on e4, black won't be able to attack on g2 there. So queen e1 was played, and here this is the queen e1 after queen e1. Let's check. I think queen e1 after queen e1 there was some more moves played on the in the game. Okay, let's just try to get to the latest. Okay, hold on, let me just check. Yeah, queen e1 is the latest move, guys. This is the latest move right now. Yeah, and evaluation stands slightly better for white. So we hope Gukesh can get some miracle working for him today and he gets back on the track of his victory lap. So let's hope, guys, he gets back to the victory today. Let's jump to the next game. We are covering games from Abu Dhabi Chess Festival also, guys. Don't get confused. There are two tournaments. There is a Turkish Super League going on in Turkey, and we have the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival going on in Abu Dhabi. Gukesh is playing for Turkish Airlines. I'll just show you the team here. This is a team, Turkish Airlines. On left hand side, you can see the team. Turkish Airlines today is playing with Hatay Metropolitan Municipality Youth Sports team, and they both teams are very strong, but Turkish Airlines has the upper hand because they have four grandmasters here, while the youth sports have one international master and three grandmasters playing today. So this is slightly better. This is Turkish Airlines right now on the top of the table, guys. They are doing very well right now on top, followed by the Began Pendik Chess Sports Club. This is a Turkish Super League, guys. This is a Turkish Super League. Now let's go back and check Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. Abu Dhabi Chess Festival is taking place in Abu Dhabi, guys, and this is the current ranking of the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. 5 rounds have been done so far. We have Indians in three Indians in top 10 there. We have Arjun Erigasi on number 3. Number 4, we have Ronak Sadhwani, and we have Nihal Sarin on number 7, please. Uh, Adhiban is also playing this tournament. I still have to confirm what rank he is on after round 5, but these are the current standings. And unfortunately, today Arjun and Ronak were paired up against each other. So that is a problem when you get to play against your own fellow countrymen. You lose some points, and then one of them has to drop down in the table now. Okay, so let's jump to the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival and check what's going on in the Ronak Sadhwani and Arjun Erigasi's game. We discussed this game in the beginning, and we saw that Ronak is going for full-fledged attack today. He was super aggressive since the beginning of the game. He pushed all his pawns, g4, h4, all the pawns there to attack Black's king side. Right now, the position is slightly better for White. Ronak is doing well because of his queen on f5 and weak light squares that Black has right now. This is g6 is not a weak square, and e6 is also not a weak square, but there is this f7 and h5, which are light squares. And as light square bishop is absent in this game, definitely White would try to get some of those squares. Even this square is being very well controlled by White there. So Ronak is really playing well today, guys, against Arjun Erigasi. And if Ronak beats Arjun Erigasi today, then we will see that how powerful the younger players are in the tournament, guys, younger Indian players. So let's wait. Rook b2 has been played just now. Evaluation is still pending, but I think this is slightly better for White looking at all the pieces White has got into. Black is pawn up right now. If you see on the board, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns, and White has 4 pawns. So Black is 2 pawns up, guys, but it's the activity of the pieces that is a problem. Black do not have active pieces. White has a lot of active pieces there. So definitely White has some upper hand here. I'll quickly jump to the comment section now. We have few players commenting, few people who are watching, asking the session. Aryan Raj asks, what is Gukesh match status? Aryan, the game is going on right now, and Gukesh is slightly better in the position. We will jump to his game very soon. Ajju is there. Ajju says Ishan Garg, and he is trying to, yeah, us, okay. And Ishan Garg is saying, okay, अबे Iran wale blunder कर. So Ishan is praying that the Iranian player against Gukesh, he blunders today. And if we move on, we have Anju. Yeah, he says that the Gukesh got, yeah, we saw the move from black side that black had to play knight e5, but black played knight to f6 and lost the advantage. Abhishek Chaudhary is here. Abhishek says Gukesh lost 10 yellow points from last two matches. If he loses today, he'll be India number 3. Okay, thank you, Abhishek, for the updates. All the new viewers out there, welcome to the live stream, guys. This is the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival we are covering along with Turkish Super League. We have Gukesh game going on in Turkish Super League. We have Arjun Erigasi versus Ronak Sadhwani in the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival, who are ranked currently in top 5, both of the players. Next game we have is between Nihal Sarin, and that game was absolutely wonderful there because players had castled on the opposite side. And Nihal's opponent, the number 1 player from Serbia, GM Indjic Aleksandar, he had sacrificed his pawn on A2. I'll show you guys what happened in this game. Right from the beginning, the game was double-edged. I'll show you what happened. So C4 was played by uh, Alexander Indjic, Indjic Alexander, and Nihal played pawn to c6, pawn d4, pawn d5, knight c6. Knight to f6, knight f3, pawn e6, pawn e3 was played. So this got into the Slav kind of structure now. Pawn knight to d7, queen to c2, bishop d6, now pawn e4. So this pawn e4 move, guys, is not something which is frequently played. I discussed this at the beginning of the stream that pawn e4 is not uh, recommended here, or you can say that it's not a kind of a book move. It's something that you want to surprise your opponent, put your opponent out of the preparation, and make him uncomfortable. So Nihal took some time here after white played pawn to e4, and he captured on e4 immediately. Knight captured back, and then pawn captured on e4, and now queen captured on e4. But after this move, bishop b4 check was played by Nihal Sarin. He could have played a move like knight to f6, gaining a tempo on the queen there. That was one of the good moves, and or he could have maybe castled as well. We are not sure about castling, but I think definitely knight f6 was one of the candidate moves for black here. So bishop to b4 check was played by Nihal Sarin, and bishop d2 blocked the check. Bishop takes on d2, knight takes on d2 here, and now castles. After castles here, even Nihal Sarin's opponent is a super aggressive player. He said, okay, I will not castle on the king side. I want to win this game. So what he did was he castled on the queen side, but before he castled on the queen side, he first played queen e3 to avoid any tempos on the queen, and then e5 was played. After e5, he long castled. So he made sure that this game is going to be super interesting because both players have now castled on the opposite sides. And you know, guys, when the grandmasters they castle on the opposite sides, they are going for each other's throats. They are not going to play a simple game. This is not going to be positional. This is going to be a highly tactical game, and there are going to be many fireworks during the game there. So after this, pawn was captured on d4. Queen captured the pawn back on d4 here. Queen a5 was played by Nihal Sarin, trying to attack the hanging pawn on a2 there. Now here is the big question. Here, Indjic Aleksandar took around 25 or 30 minutes to think about his next move. Why? The reason is now you have to take a decision whether you want to go for offensive or whether you want to go for defensive. You have the moves like knight e4 now. You have the moves like bishop d3 trying to attack the black's king side, sacrificing this pawn on a2. Or you have the option of just playing king b1, keeping the pawn safe, and then trying to launch the attack with the bishop and the knight there. So here, these kind of positions are very critical, guys, and it's all about your tactical skills, your analytical skills that will help you to decide what to do here. This is where many of us, even I, might make some mistakes, even you might make some mistakes. So we have to check that. And so this game was very interesting, guys. So bishop d3, queen a2 was captured by Nihal Sarin immediately. I think there is some update on the Gukesh game. I'll jump there, but I'll just finish this last few moves which happened in the Nihal's game. Queen to a5 was played again back, and knight to e4 now. As white has sacrificed the pawn, white has got couple of tempos there with the bishop and knight to join the attack quickly. And now queen e5 was played to offer an exchange because as black is pawn up, the exchanges will be good for black because black will be pawn up in the end game. Okay, guys, let's jump to the Gukesh game. Something happened over there, guys. Let's see what happened over there in Gukesh game right now. Okay, Gukesh seems to be having very good position now. What happened here? Rook stuck on g6. Let me check the evaluation. Plus 3.54, guys. This should be winning for Gukesh today. Gukesh should be winning here, guys. Ultimate position for Gukesh here. Kumbani is here. Hello, Vasu. Thank you for letting us know an update. Total, how many rounds will be played in Abu Dhabi? Soumya asks how many rounds in Abu Dhabi. Soumya, let me confirm that. Hold on, please. So, Gukesh game is interesting, guys. What's happening over here? What is happening in the Gukesh game right now, guys? Let's try to figure it out. Hello, Gandhar. Good to see you. Yes, Gandhar, around 100 people are watching right now, and we will welcome all of you guys to the live stream. We are enjoying the games from the Turkish Super League and Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. We are covering one game from Turkish Super League for Gukesh and three more games from Abu Dhabi Chess Festival for Nihal Sarin, Adhiban, and Arjun versus Ronak Sadhwani. So I'm just jumping back, guys, to the game between Gukesh. I'm just trying to analyze there what happened. Okay, some exchanges took place there on G6 now. And this is okay. Let's check the evaluation at the Gukesh game. It is +3, guys. King G1 here. King G1 is recommended for white, and after King G1, this should be a good position there. Although black has very good knights on the king side, black has very good knights on the king side. Right now, they don't seem to be much useful right now, guys. These two knights. Okay, H3 has been played by Gukesh here. Gukesh has played pawn to H3 right now, and just giving back some advantage to black there. Instead of H3, what was recommended here? King G1 was recommended to just get out of this problem of the bishop. The bishop, we don't want this bishop staring at our king and holding our king at gunpoint. So King G1 simply just take the king away from the gunpoint that this bishop has. But Gukesh played H3 in the game, and after H3, what has his opponent replied? We are waiting for his opponent's move, and both players, guys, now are in time pressure. So we will witness some quick moves and quick action now. We will stay on this game. This seems to be a beautiful option now for Gukesh today to win the game and come back in the tournament. He has lost two games back to back, but this game seems to be interesting now because now Gukesh can get his advantage back. Right now it's +2 evaluation in favor of Gukesh. Knight f6 is recommended for black now. Knight gf6 to save the knight, and then we have king h2 defending the pawn on g3, which is being attacked by the knight and by the queen here, defended only by the queen. So king would step up and put some helping hand for our queen, and queen would say thank you king for helping me to defend the g3 there. So interesting game, guys. Please stay on the stream. We will be updated by the latest moves very quickly, and this is a winning game for Gukesh, guys. Just some not much time left in the game. How many moves have they completed, guys? 34 moves they have completed. No, 33 moves they have completed. So knight f6 has been played by his opponent now, which is an expected move. And now, as I discussed before, king h2 is recommended. I'll quickly come back to the comments, guys. Let's see. Sagar JM says, which website are you streaming this? There are multiple websites. I have made a combination which is giving us the best results for both the tournaments. I'm using the chess base as I'm using the chess.com, both the websites, Sagar. I've got compiled all of this in one place today for the live streaming and covering of these games. Okay, let's go back to the games, guys, now. Gukesh game is not yet updated. I think we have to wait for the next move from Gukesh here. He has 2 minutes on the clock, so we should be expecting his move very quickly. King h2 is recommended here to defend the pawn on g3. What other options does he have over here? Will he play rook to g2 here to defend the pawn? But we don't want this problems here, right, with the bishop. King h2 solves all the problems. If you just go king h2, there is no bishop attacking the king there, right? And there is no pin on the pawn. We can plan to go e5 as well if required then in the end game. And this rook is also quite safe on d2. We need not move the rook here. So we are waiting for the Gukesh move now. Anytime the move might come. Still waiting for Gukesh game. Gukesh move. I'll quickly check what happened in Arjun's game here, guys. So let's jump to Arjun's game. Arjun and Ronak Sadhwani's game. Ronak was doing well over here, and as I said before, yes, he has taken the control of the h5 square. He has pushed his pawn to h5, gaining the control over the light squares. He has pushed his pawn to h5. As soon as the Gukesh move come, guys, I'll try to update you. Right now, we'll just quickly run through the updates from the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. Okay, what is happening in the next game? Let's go to the Alexander's game, Alexander and Nihal Sarin's game, which is opposite side castling game. Okay, queens have been exchanged. Now I think there will be no fireworks. Now it's going to be positional game. There are not going to be much tactics left as the queens are off the board. This is what happens, guys, when you want to not take any risks in the game. Your opposite side castled, you want to win, but you see that there are no more chances for you to attack. You simply exchange the queens, go into an equal endgame, and try to crack from there. Let's check the next game. Adhiban. Okay, Nihal's game I had not shown you. This is a Nihal's games guy. So the queens have been exchanged now, and there won't be any further action. Right now, Nihal is placed seventh in the rankings after round five, and his opponent has played rook. Nihal has played rook to e8 right now. Still, black is lacking in the development, so black. Okay, we have an update on the Gukesh game. I'm jumping to the Gukesh game right now. There are some moves played quickly over here. I'll just come back to the position and try to refresh this. Hold on, guys. Yes, Bishop e4, guys. Bishop e4 was played. I'll quickly run through the last few moves, what happened there. So in Gukesh game, see King h2 we discussed. Gukesh did play King h2, and then Idani has captured the pawn on e4 there. Now Gukesh is thinking over here. Gukesh has very less time left on the clock. He must have made his move. We will get the updates soon. Here g4 is recommended for white, but what about bishop e4? I think white does not have much time left here to think, so maybe bishop e4, knight e4 is also playable because g4 just traps this knight, right? The knight is not able to escape then. G4 just traps the knight. So we are waiting for update here. What is Gukesh opponent played? Gukesh has played queen to e3 here, guys. Gukesh has played queen to e3, but now this is +1. So we had +2, guys. So we are losing some advantage here, and you might see the evaluation bar coming down now towards equality. I'll jump to the questions, if any, in the comment section. Hello, all the viewers out there. Okay, Shamik, no, screen is not stuck. We are trying to. Okay, so you are saying you're only able to see the Ronak match. I think Gukesh game is back on the screen now. We are switching the games one by one. We are going through Gukesh, Ronak Sadhwani, and Arjun Erigasi, Adhiban, and Nihal Sarin's games. So yes, we will keep switching the screens. Gukesh is not yet lost. Gukesh is having a good position. Everyone, guys, those who have just joined the stream, guys, welcome to the live stream. Gukesh is having a very good position, guys, and Gukesh might win in some time now. We just have to wait for some time updates. There have been some. Let's check the next moves. Yeah, I think there is a queen exchange offered by Gukesh right now. Let's go to the latest position. Yes, what happened last few moves, we'll go through them, guys, because right now both players are in time pressure. They will make some quick moves. I will go back and I'll slow it down for you guys. So we saw King H2 here being played to defend the pawn on G3, which was being attacked by knight and queen. After this King H2 move, Idani, that is Kukesh's opponent, he captured the pawn on e4 because e4 pawn was being attacked thrice here by the knight, by the bishop, and by the queen. And it was free pawn, so he took the free pawn on e4, and then now, after queen to e3, played by Gukesh, Idani captured on d3 there. And now Gukesh captured on d3. And now Idani has played knight to e4. I'll just go back move. Idani has played knight e4 and Gukesh has played rook to g2 now defending the pawn on g3. Now you can see these dancing knights. Black's knights are really doing a great dance over here on the king side and they're trying to attack there on g3. All pressure on g3 now. We have rook defending, we have queen defending, and we have the king defending the g3 pawn. Black does has this e pawn as passer, but even white has one very good passer here. And fortunately, this passer is very well supported by the pawn, the knight on c4 there. So Gukesh really has some good winning chances. We can see evaluation plus 1.68, plus 1.96 now. White is clearly better, so it's just a matter of nerves. Gukesh has to hold his nerves in time pressure and make sure that he does not lose this game, guys. It is a very tense position for him. He has to decide between his defense and his pushing the pawn on d file now. So he has a very good choice, two choices. Let's see what he comes up with. Black to play right now after white has Gukesh has defended the pawn on g3. Knight hf6 is recommended for black, and black has played knight f6. Gukesh puts his rook now on f4. I'll repeat the moves, guys. This was the position we were on. After this position, Idani, that is Gukesh's opponent, he played knight to f6, and now rook to f4 here, trying to attack the knight a bit. And at right time, we will also have some kind of rook g4 tactics. So we are waiting for the Gukesh next plan. Rook d8 is recommended for Idani now, and guys, these are going to be very fast and quick moves because both players are in time pressure now. We do not have update on both clocks. I can see the clock ticking for Idani right now. He has 1 minute 35 seconds left on the clock. Gukesh must be having very less time than that because Gukesh is making his moves very quickly. So Gukesh must be in more time pressure than Idani at this moment right now. So Rook D8 was played in the game by Idani. After Rook D8, Knight E5 is recommended, attacking the Queen on G6. There could be a blunder coming very soon now. The queen is not left with many squares that we can see that the position is really tense now and both players are playing in time pressure. There could be some blunders expected now. This is an interesting position. Gukesh is doing very well. We want Gukesh to win very badly. He has lost two games back to back. Now we want him to win quickly, guys, in this game and get back on his winning streak. I'll come back to the comment section. Just check any questions, if any. Ajju says Gukesh is not good at timetable. Yes, we know that, but he is also an exceptional player, and this he must have been calculating this from long. And I wish that he comes on top in this position right now and gets some good moves there. How many more Gukesh matches are left? Yes, we will check on that. There are. This is a Turkish Super League. It's a team event. We will check how many more rounds are left. Vijay asks, is there any increment in the clock? If they complete their 40 moves, they might get some extra time now. We are waiting on that. They are almost near to the 40 moves. It's 39 moves completed in Gukesh game. So after 40, after one more move, we'll check how much time is getting incremented. Introvert is here. Introvert says even Abu Satarao lost yesterday. Yes, he also lost yesterday. Let's see what's happening now. We have not got any update on the move. I think a couple of moves might have been done on the board and they will be adjusting clocks now to give the incremental time. So welcome everyone to the live stream. Those who have just joined, welcome to the stream, guys. We are covering two tournaments today. We are covering Turkey Super League and we are also covering the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. We are covering Gukesh game today. Gukesh is playing with Grandmaster IdaniPouya 2641 rated. He is Iran's number 3 player, a very strong Grandmaster. And from Abu Dhabi Chess Festival, we have two Indian legends now playing with each other. Arjun versus Arjun versus Ronak Sadhwani. Ankit Agarwal is saying, Ankit asks who is winning. Ankit, Gukesh is doing really well now, but both players were in immense time pressure. We still have to get the update on his last move. So we are waiting for the update on the last move. Rook E2 was played last by Gukesh, and we are waiting on the next. Rook G2 was played last by Gukesh there. So waiting on his move. White is clearly winning, and we wish that he Gukesh wins this game. So last move is Rook E2. I'll just update the position here. Okay, we have an update on the game, guys. We have the update on the Gukesh game here. Let's see quickly what happened here. Okay, so let's go back now. So this was the position here, and Rook E2 here was played. If we go few moves back, those who have just joined, guys, I'll just update you what happened recently. So this was the position here. Knight E4 was played by Black area, which is a kind of a mistake according to the engines. Rook G2 was played by Gukesh, supporting the pawn on G3 so that these knights, they're dancing there on the king side and they're not able to get onto the G3 square. So this rook is doing a fantastic defensive job. Knight went back to F6 now, and here Gukesh played rook to F4. Idani played his rook to D8. Rook to E2 was played here. Knight took on D6, and here Gukesh immediately exchanged the queens, reckoning the pawn structure. It's reckoned right now. after pawn takes on e6, g6, and now pinning the knight. And this evaluation, guys, yes, guys, I think the result is out. Result is out, guys. Gukesh's opponent Idani has resigned. He has resigned, guys. Gukesh wins today's game. Congratulations, guys, to all the viewers out there. We have a result here. Let me confirm on the result, guys. Hold on, please. Let me just confirm. I think his opponent has resigned. And we have a result. Yes, guys, his opponent Iranian number 3 player has resigned and Gukesh has won the game. We all are very, very, very happy, guys, today because Gukesh has lost two games back to back. Today he came back with all his force and he had to make many great decisions in his game today, guys. Please go through his game. He had a very difficult center to handle with black pawn on d4, and he came up as a winner in today's game by taking all those great decisions, guys. So cheer out for Gukesh today, guys. He has beaten Iranian number 3 player Grandmaster IdaniPouya 2641 rated, and he is back on the track now. It will be interesting to see how much points he gets in the live rating and where does he reach soon. He was currently placed 20th. I'll quickly check what is his current live rating and I'll show you on the screen as well, guys. So please stay tuned. I'm bringing Gukesh live rating now. All the viewers out there, welcome to the live stream, guys. We have a very good update that Gukesh has won his game, guys. He has beaten Iranian number 3 player, guys, and that is a great thing to have. So right now, guys, Gukesh is currently on 25th position. Gukesh is on 25th position, guys, and he is he is going to climb up today after winning with his opponent Grandmaster Idani Povia. So congratulations, guys, to all the viewers out there who have joined us. Gukesh has won today's game. So on in the chat, guys, please give a thumbs up to Gukesh, share for Gukesh, and all the new viewers out there, please make sure, guys, you also subscribe to the channel. Also, you share with your friends as much as possible. That will motivate us to bring more live streams to you guys. So thanks, guys, for being on the stream. Now we will move on to the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival where we have three interesting games going on. So let's jump to the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. I will answer the questions, guys. So this is the game going on between Ronak Sadhwani and Grandmaster Arjun Erigasi. We'll wait for the game. We'll go wait for the move now. Latest move has been knight to d2. I'll come to the questions in the comment section now. Let's check what are the questions there. Gukesh won. Everyone who has just joined the stream, Gukesh has won today. Anil Kumar asks, okay, Anil Kumar says Pragananda is better than Gukesh. Yes, Anil Kumar, I mean, everyone has their own positives and negatives. Prag is better in some features, Gukesh is better in some other features. So, yes, they have their own talents, they have their own superpowers to beat their opponents. So, did Maksudu win? Let's check that. We'll check Maksudlu's result also, as are requested in the chat. Maksudlu's game was drawn. Maksudlu did not win today, guys. Its game was drawn. Okay. So I'm coming back to the game between Arjun Erigasi and Ronak Sadhwani. The game is very well poised right now, and today in this game, Ronak went with a crazy attack. He went with the G4, H4. He just never held back. He wanted to win this game badly, and more importantly, he was able to get rid of the Black's light squared bishop. So there is a high possibility that now White gets a very good position. Now see, he has moved his rook to knight to d2. The plan might be to go to c4, attack the pawn on d6, attack the rook on b2. What is the rook going to do there? Where is the rook going to move then? This is going to be a difficult choice for Arjun now. What can he do with the rook? Because if the d6 falls, then White gets his knight on d6. There will always be some tactics here, mating tactics on f7, a smothered mate if the queen gets deflected. So this knight c4 move is really a big threat from Ronak Sadhwani. This position may result into the final outcome of the game as well. We have to wait for this move. Yeah. So right now, as said that d6 is weak, Arjun Erigasi immediately puts his bishop on the defensive now. Says, yes, okay, you have to guard this pawn. If the knight jumps here, this pawn is safe. He'll just have to save the rook somewhere, and then knight can do nothing thereafter. Knight can try to go b6, which is looks like a good square, but maybe Ronak cannot play queen e6. These are being guarded by these two squares are guarded by the knight. He also has his g6 move, but that would block the bishop as well. We have to check if Ronak will put both of his rook in the g file here to attack g7 pawn more. That is a possibility. Yes, Aditya is here. Aditya says Nihal game, bro. Nihal game by yes, Aditya. We will show the Nihal's game also. We are running through all the games. So Nihal right now is playing here, and Nihal has exchanged the queens. So since they have exchanged the queens, the position is roughly equal and may not get a decisive advantage very soon now. This is a Nihal's game position. Queen exchange was good for Nihal because Nihal is pawn up. He has an extra pawn on the queen side. That is what Indjic Alexander will be concerned about. That Nihal has this extra pawn on a7. Indjic did give this free pawn on a2 to get some advantage, to get some good attack going, but he failed to convert his tempos into a good advantage or good attack there. And once the queens got exchanged, now Nihal Sarin is really doing well in the game because now Nihal Sarin has this extra pawn, as I said before. In the end game, if everything gets exchanged, then king and pawn ending definitely winning for Nihal Sarin with this pawn majority on the queen side. Let's move to the Adhiban's game now. Alak Patel is here. Alak says 2785 new live rating for Gukesh. Thank you, Alak Patel, for updates. All the viewers who have just joined us, guys, great news for you. Gukesh has won his round against the Iranian number 3 player, and it was a nice game. Iranian player he was also very tough grandmaster, but Gukesh came on top. Gukesh had very difficult choices in the game, but he managed to win there. Sai Teja is here. Sai Teja is saying, can I know where you are seeing? So there are multiple websites, Sai Teja. I have compiled them together. There is chess.com, there is chessspace.com, chessbase live, there is leeches. So there are different websites where you can check these games. I have compiled them on together and we are analyzing each game one by one. So today we covered four games. First we covered for Gukesh in the Turkish Super League. Now we are covering for the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. We first checked the game between Arjun and Ronak. This is Nihal's game. Now let's check Adhiban's game here. Adhiban is also playing here with black pieces and his opponent is Grandmaster Tomevsky Evgeny from Russia. He's the Russian number 8 player. So this is a very difficult task for uh, Adhiban here. And Adhiban in this game, he went full-fledged attacked on the queen side. He's playing with black pieces, guys. Adhiban is playing with black pieces. And he went for full attack on the queen side, but for some reason the attack did not success. He ended up having two good bishops here in the game. I'll just show you that, guys. So this he ended up having two good bishops here, and now you can see white's pieces are slowly trying to get back in the game, and this knight is doing a fantastic job of not allowing this pawn to come ahead. So by any chance, if this knight is not allowing this pawn to come, it's a blockade. This is called as a blockading, where you don't allow your opponent's pawn to come ahead. Now, why it's important for Adhiban to push the pawn? If you look at this bishop has an open diagonal, but this bishop is stuck. And if you have two bishops pair, I mean, if you have a bishop pair, you have to keep diagonal open for both the bishops. Unfortunately, over here the h7 bishop is quite stuck. So as this bishop is stuck, Adhiban should try and get this pawn ahead. Even if he sacrifices this pawn and tries to get this bishop active, it would give him some good results. So white has played bishop to f1 and then Adhiban has played king to b8 here. King b8 seems okay move. It does not seem to have. Okay, there was a threat here, right? Knight b5. Knight b5. No, but the pawn would just take. And then did we have this anything with this? No, I don't think so. Okay, so there could have been some tactics. I will just check quickly here. And this was played bishop to c1, trying to attack. Suppose black wastes a move here with rook g8. Then what happens? Now there is bishop a6, guys. If this move is played, then there is bishop to e6 sacrifice here from Evgeny from white, and then the king moves to b8. And the king moves to b8, we have rook d4 trying to join in the attack there. So this was the problem, guys. That is the reason why Adhiban has played his king to b8 now. This is the latest game. I'll refresh the page. Hold on, guys. Yeah. So king to b8 has just been played, and the position stands equal after king b8. So rightly identified, Adhiban has rightly identified this sacrifice on e6 now. Okay, let's jump back to Ronak's game now. So Arjun has finally played his pawn to g6. This pawn was back from a long, long time, guys. So he has finally decided to push the pawn and maybe once captures, rook takes and trying to exchange the rooks here, trying to get some more, uh, trying to get rid of the attacking pieces. But the problem is Arjun's rook is misplaced here on b3. And if there is a possibility, there could be a very bad impact of this misplaced rook. So Arjun has to be extremely careful here. And Ronak will always look for any opportunity there to attack the hanging rook on b3 there. Okay, Nihal's game is still going on. Mithun is here. Saiteja, currently I'm covering the live coverage, so I won't be able to arrange a tournament for you. I'm really sorry for that, Saiteja. Those who are wondering which tournament is this, we have a Khelo Chess India team on leeches and we have daily tournaments, but I'm not able to organize these tournaments due to the live coverage. So all the Khelo Chess India team members who are watching the stream, apologies to you. I'm not able to arrange the tournaments because of the live coverage. Okay, all the new viewers out there, we will jump to Nihal Sarin's game now. So today Nihal is playing with Serbian number one player, Grandmaster Indjic Aleksandar, who is rated 2613. Nihal is playing with black pieces. Nihal is currently pawn up, but the position is equal as his pieces are still stuck in. And the problem is this amazing knight on d6 square. White has an amazing knight there on d6 square. This knight. It's just trying to attack here on b7. The bishop is unable to move. So black may have to get some, yeah. Okay, rook exchange, very nice. So are good for the black here, Nihal Sarin, because as Nihal has an extra pawn, more he exchanges the pieces, better it is for him. I think now the bishop will take on e4 so that the knight keeps the pressure on b7 and the bishop is not able to come out now. Bishop is stuck on c8. As soon as the bishop moves, the knight takes that extra pawn on b7 and that is the reason why even though black is pawn up, the position it's showing equal for both the players. Also, Nihal is in time pressure, guys. Nihal has 8 minutes on the clock while his opponent has around 20 minutes on the clock. Those who have just joined and are wondering about Gukesh game, Gukesh game has ended, guys. Gukesh has won today, and that is really good for the Indians because he is back on his winning streak. He lost couple of games back to back and lost around 10 points there. So today, after winning, he might get around 5 to 6 points added to his rating. Okay, let's switch to the Arjun and Ronak's Sadhwani's game. Now, Ronak is doing better in this position. I'll just check the evaluation also. Ronak is doing better in this game. I'll just refresh this for a moment. Yes, this is the latest position. Queen to h3 has been played there, and after queen h3, now it's black to move, guys. So what can black do next here? We can see the knights are beautifully placed from white's point of view. Black's knights are stuck right now. The rook is stuck. The bishop has nothing to do as of now. White's pieces are free and have many squares to move. So white definitely holds a good advantage here. Time is also equal, so there is no time pressure as of now. Okay, guys, I'll check the comments now and the questions if any. Arjun match has drawn. Okay. Let's check the questions, guys. Okay. Mithun, yes, Nihal's game is still on. We will be covering that game as well. Abhi edits says, please show Ronak versus Arjun game. Yes, that is on the screen right now. Abhi edits. Tamil Nadu says Mudliadu. Sorry, guys, I'm not good at pronunciation of your names. He has your rating, bro. I am currently rated 2048 on classical, and I'm having a FIDE instructor title as a licensed coach from FIDE. Arjun match, yes, it's on the screen right now. Tolerance humility. Illuminati is here, and I am not able to understand what Illuminati is saying. If you can change your question, Illuminati, I'll be able to understand there. Yes, MKT Owen is here. He says, "Hello, chess. Commentate, please." Yes, I'm back on the commentary, guys. Thank you very much for staying on the stream. It's just that I need a small break in between due to the back-to-back and long streams. So just I sometimes I just take a couple of minutes break. I just take a quick walk, have some water, and come back and then start commentating. So yes, guys, thanks for staying on the stream. We'll go ahead now with the games. Let's check the Nihal's game now, which is going on. Nihal has started. Okay, Nihal's opponent has started pushing his pawns on the king side now. Nihal is playing with the black pieces here, guys. Nihal is playing with black pieces, and Nihal has an extra pawn on a7 there. The question is, can he convert this extra pawn into a victory looking at the time on his clock? 9 minutes versus opponent's time 17 minutes. Opponent has advantage on the clock. So let's hope that Nihal manages to win this one. Let's check the next game, Adhiban's game. Adhiban has a big task in front of him to beat Russian number 8 player, that is Grandmaster Evgeny. He's rated 2702. And he has sacrificed the bishop, guys. He has sacrificed the bishop on a6. We were discussing about this some time back. Let me bring that position. Let me bring that position, guys. So we were discussing about this sacrifice over here, that why Adiban moved his king to b8. Because if he doesn't move the king on b8, he moves something like this rook to g8. Then there is bishop a6. there is ba6, and then we have rook d4 joining. There is knight b5 as well, guys. Knight b5 check, and if pawn takes on b5, then we have rook to a6 check here. King b7 or king b8, anywhere the king goes, there is rook 8 check, king comes up, and there is queen to a6 mate. So this is the problem, guys, and this is why the sacrifice was on a6. That is the reason why here Adhiban played his king to b8. That was played in the game, guys. So his opponent has not stopped thinking about sacrifice. His opponent has still sacrificed the bishop on a6. I'll go one more back for you guys. Adhiban has just played his king to b8, but look at his opponent. He has sacrificed the bishop on a6. Now, will Adhiban capture this bishop? Because if it doesn't capture it back, then white would be pawn up in the game, and the winning would be easy then for white if white enters the endgame. So this is an interesting position, guys. Adhiban, will he accept the sacrifice? Looking at his clock, he has to take some more time to decide here. Taking some more time is not the luxury we have right now, because that would put him maybe under 8 or 7 minutes, and his opponent would have around 14 minutes left on the clock. Maybe his opponent is saying that, yes, Adhiban, you have to take my bishop. There is no other way to proceed in the game. What are your comments on this position, guys? Please let me know in the comment section. This is an interesting position where Adhiban's opponent has and Adhiban captures the bishop. Adhiban has taken the bishop. Now rook d4 is in place. Rook d4, rook b5 check, rook a6, rook b6, trying to go for rook a6. Will this knight jump to somewhere on d5 and try to get this bishop in the game? Yes, rook came to d4 as I said before. Rook d4, now rook check, rook here, trying to attack on a6. The bishop would open up very soon. They have to take some action now. Adhiban has to take some drastic action. Is not an easy position to play, guys. You see, the opponent has got the initiative, opponent has the momentum, opponent has sacrificed a piece, and he has seen something better over here. So you have to come up with something better than what your opponent has thought about here. You have to come up with the right defense to survive this position and then to counter attack. Adhiban plays pawn a5, trying to go, and this I think will be a mistake, because now after rook a4, how is this pawn going to get defended? Maybe Adhiban is trying for something. I'm just wondering, what can Adhiban try? The king cannot escape. The rook is guarding the door over here. The king cannot escape this trap. King is really in a bad position. Look at the bishops, guys. Even though Adhiban has these two bishops, they seem to be dead right now. I'll come to the comment section. Let's check what you guys think about this position. Okay. Tolerance humility is here. He says when you are in break, the clock's ticking. Oh, I'm really sorry for that. I'll try to make sure you get the latest positions as soon as I get back. I make sure the position is refreshed and you don't have to wait for the best or the latest moves there. So this is an interesting position. Now Adhiban is in pressure, guys. Let's check some other questions there or the comments. Yeah, Tamil Mudalidu says Nihal is always Nihal never had time pressure. He is much okay with point 0.5 increment. Yes, he is very good in time pressure, guys. Yeah, tolerance humility is asking why clock is tucking frequently. Otherwise, you very good. Thank you very much, tolerance humility, for the appreciation. These clocks are not synced with the game, guys. These are the approximate timings which are displayed on all the websites. Although they have the DGT clocks, DGT boards connected, it sometimes becomes difficult to reflect the real-time happenings on the board on the websites. So sometimes it happens that yes, the clock is stuck or clock gets updated after a few seconds or a minute or two to reflect the right time. So this happens on the websites many a times. Sanket Daspute is here. As per Chess 24, ad game is completely lost and evaluation is +6. Okay, so the evaluation is stuck over here, Sanket Daspute. Thanks for an update. Yes, it's definitely better for his opponent now. Okay, all the new viewers out there, welcome to the live stream. If you have any questions, queries, guys, please feel free to ask in the comment section. Apurva Jadhav is here. Apurva Jadhav, it would says it would be nice if you add mild background music. Yes, Apurva Jadhav, I have planned for that, but for some reason I did not get much time today due to all the designing and editing. It took a lot of time to bring all the to set all the things up for the live stream, and also have to make sure that the music is not copyright. So there are many things we have to consider before we choose any music to play in the background. But thank you for the suggestion, Apurva. I'll definitely try to add some music tomorrow in the live stream. Yes, it makes the stream more live. Yes, that I agree with you, Apurva. Anugrah is here. Hello, Anugrah. Good to see you back. You are very active on the stream. And you say that Ronak is losing. Okay, let's jump to the Ronak's game here and see what's happening there. Okay, so evaluations on chess.com guys are stuck. We're not able to get the right evaluations for the positions. I'm trying to get the evaluations for you guys. Hold on, please. Yes, we got the evaluation from Leeches now, guys. I'll try to bring that Leeches game on the screen. Hold on, please. So I'm trying to get the evaluation from the Leeches here for all of you guys, as the evaluations on the chess.com have stopped working. Okay, the standings will get covered, guys, on the right hand side. Please bear with that. You might not be able to see the right standings there, but the screen is visible now, and we can see it's minus 2.7 there. Arjun coming back in the game, and he was in immense time pressure. Ronak is not having the grip on the game anymore, it seems. We'll go back to chat once. Let's see what chat is saying here. David Warner is here. David Warner says, show Erigassi's game. Yes, David Warner will go to the Erigassi's game. And what is your name? My name is Ameya. I am a FIDE rated player 2048, and I'm also a FIDE instructor, a licensed coach from FIDE, and a regular streamer, guys. So please make sure you subscribe to get more updates and more videos from my side, guys. Yes, Shivu is here. Shivu, yes, Gukesh won today, and we are very happy about the result that Gukesh won today. Gukesh got a very good win, and he's back. We hope he is back on the winning stream very soon with his win today. Tomorrow again, we'll be having the live stream covering his game and trying to figure out how we can cover many more games. We are covering four games. We covered one for Gukesh and three from the Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. Tomorrow we'll be covering five games, maybe five or six games, as much as possible, so that you get the maximum output of this live stream. We'll go to the Erigassi now. Erigassi's game, Arjun's game. Oh, that is on the screen right now, guys, for you guys. It's winning for Arjun. We'll wait for Arjun's next move. Meanwhile, I'll try to go to the next game. Okay, this is the Nihal's game, which is going on right now. Let me check the evaluation. Evaluation is also stopped working at my end for Nihal's game. Okay, so as I said before, Nihal is under time pressure now. His opponent has 14 minutes on the clock while Nihal has only 14 minutes, 4 minutes left on the clock. So I hope Nihal will be able to work around this problem and get back in the game now. His clock is ticking right now. He is in time pressure. 28 moves have been done so far. His opponent is also a very tough player, number one Serbian player, Grandmaster Indjic Aleksandar, rated 2613. Nihal does have a extra pawn, but will he be able to convert that material advantage into winning advantage is the question now. Apurva says, I'm more of a chess assist channel guy than the chess based channel guy. Yes, there are different styles everyone has, and everyone has different time and resources to bring the best to you guys. So you may follow. So everyone is working hard. Chess assist, chess base India, even I am, and there are many YouTubers who are working very hard. And a small appreciation from you guys, it will help us very much, guys. Thank you guys for being there on the stream and also support all the channels, guys, not just my channel. I request you to support all the channels who are working hard for you guys and trying to bring the best to you guys. So yes, guys, you can support Chess Assist, you can support Chess Base. There are many other channels, guys, chess channels you can try to support. I'll be happy if you support us, guys. David Warner says, are you better than Magnus? No, not at all. There are many players I'm not better than. I'm just a regular chess player and not a very good chess player. I'm just a player like you guys. So I'm not a grandmaster or I'm not a excellent player. I'm just a regular player like you guys. Sometime if we play, you might even beat me, guys. So yes, we look forward to playing with you guys sometime in future. So Shreya Desai is here. Shreya Desai says Roshan is here. Roshan says hi. Hello Roshan, good to see you and good to have you on the chat. Shreya Desai says, what are the scores? So Gukesh won. Shreya Desai, if you have joined recently, Gukesh has won his game and he has beaten his opponent. So that is a good news for all the Indians out there. We are now right now covering Abu Dhabi Chess Festival, wherein the games are still in progress, and I'm just jumping in between the games. So David Warner is here. He says 2000 is a very strong. No need to be humble. No, David Warner. I do not consider myself as a strong player. No matter how high you go in rating, there is always a phase when you are not at your best. And even though you are a grandmaster, sometimes you blunder, and some days are just not good for you. So it's all about how focused you are. Even though your game is strong, you are tactically strong. When it comes to performance, there is a huge difference in your game strength and your performance. In performance, there are many things. You have to be psychologically strong. You should not get intimidated by your opponent. You have to consider your physical challenges as well. Sometimes someone is having a fever or something else, so you have to cover that up. And when you play on the board, it's completely a different scenario. No matter how strong you are, no matter how big grandmaster you are, there is going to be some day where you will just play like a beginner and you will blunder something, just like Gukesh blundered in the Olympiad, if you remember. He was on the roller coaster. He won 8 games back to back, and then there was just one blunder in 10th round, losing that game. I think it was round number 10, if I'm not wrong. If I'm wrong, guys, please correct me. But it's not about the strength. It's not about rating. It's about how you perform on a particular day against your opponent. So Anugrah Mishra is asking, what was your peak rating? Is it right now or it was better sometime? This is my current peak rating, and it was 204. I started with 2045. I went back to 2025 something, and then I came back after a few games. I again came back, and 2048 is the current rating now. And even I have not played for many days or many months, you can say, or years even, because I was busy in the job and in coaching right now. So there are many things going on in the life right now, and it's very difficult to take 6, 7, 8 days out of your busy schedule and get to the tournaments and play the tournaments. Also, preparation is very important because you don't want to go to the classical tournaments unprepared and face young 7 year, 8 year old beating you easily, right? It's very difficult scenarios that are nowadays looking at the coachings that we have right now for the kids. So Arjun and his game is also going on. Arjun and Ronak's game is going on. I'll just come back to the screen, guys. Let's not deviate. All others have joined to watch the game, so I should not bore them with my adventures. This is a Gukesh game, which Gukesh won. This is the okay. I think something messed up over here. Oh, where is the Gukesh game gone? Gukesh, not Gukesh, Arjun's game gone. Yeah, this is the game, guys, and it has got messed up. So I'll rearrange for you. Hold on, guys, please. This is also again, guys, those who want to be streamers, guys, you have to learn a lot of things like how to use this OBS and other stuff. So those who want to be streamers, guys, this is the software, OBS software, which you're looking on your screen, which is uh, showing all the moves on the keyboard, and you can see me adjusting some screens. So you have to learn these skills, guys, how to use this software, how to which mic to use, how to stand, how to make your mic perform better, and many other things, guys. So all the viewers out there and who want to be streamers, yes, guys, this is the challenge. Every time you are playing or you're listening to the streams, there are many things you can learn as well. So keep asking questions about streaming or about coaching. I'll be happy to answer your questions. So the position is still in the favor of black here. Ronak seems to be struggling a bit, although he had very good knights here. But Arjun had a very solid defense, not allowing Ronak's knights to penetrate and do much more attack on this cornered king there. Okay, let's jump to Nihal's game now. Let's see what's happening in the Nihal's game. So position is equal now. No, position is not equal, guys. Still Nihal has an extra pawn, but White has active pieces. So now if Nihal is able to exchange the pieces easily, definitely Nihal would get some advantage here because he has this outside passer on the a7 square there. This square on a7. It is absolutely wonderful right now. Let me just try to check if I can get the evaluation working for you guys. It's not working right now. No. I think chess.com has glitched a bit. Yes, it has glitched. I think it is not able to evaluate the position. I will try to bring the games from Lichess now so that you can get some right evaluations there. So Nihal Sarin's game, yes, it is equal, guys. I'll try to get the Leech's game on the screen so that you can get the right evaluation there. Yes, this is the game for Nihal Sarin. Let's try to rearrange it. Those who have asked questions, guys, please hold on. I'll come back to the comments and I'll try to answer your questions. I'm just getting the right screens for you so that you can get the latest updates with the evaluations. This is Nihal's game, which is going on and which is equal right now. The evaluations, I'll just keep this evaluation over here, a small evaluation there. You can see 0 0.0. Okay. Okay, now let's come back to the chat and let's check your questions, guys. Those who are just joined the chat, just joined the stream, guys. Welcome to the live stream. Yes. DK Popa says round 10. Yes, thank you very much for confirmation, DK Popa. That was round 10 where Gukesh blundered his knight. Okay, Lalit Jamal is here. Lalit says if rank 1 is 4 out of 5 and 8th rank is player is also 4 out of 5, how are they ranking? Let me just check. So if okay, so if the ranks are if the points are same, guys, if the points are same, then the tiebreakers are checked. There is a previously, I mean 20 years back, we used to use buckholes. Now there are not buckholes. We 20 years back we used to take the progressive. There was a concept of progressive where you used to calculate the progressive based on your scores and which round you lost. But it used to give advantage to those players who have won in the earlier rounds. So progressive was scrapped. Progressive method was scrapped. Then it came buckholes and M buckholes. So buckholes is again the summation of your opponent's score, and then latest is you can see on leeches there is a Sonborn scoring system. Sonborn scoring system is you sum up your opponent's scores and you had half point for a draw. And there are some no, if there is a draw, there is no addition to the point. So there is a detailed video of how the Sonborn tie breaks are calculated. You can check that video on my channel. It is also exam question in arbiters exam. If you are willing to appear for arbiters exam, you should definitely check that video. How to calculate the rating, how to calculate the tie breaks. It is asked in your exams when you appear to become an arbiter. If you don't know about arbiters exam, guys, let me know. I'll try to give you more information about arbiters exam and how you can become an arbiter in a in the world of chess. Arbiter is a referee in chess. Those who are not aware of the term arbiter, those who are new to the chess, guys, arbiter is the one who is a umpire. As you have umpire in the cricket, you have referee in football. Similarly, in chess, we have arbiters who keep a watch on the games and give the decisions at the right time. So you can ask about arbiters. David Warner says you are doing a good job. Thank you very much, David Warner. I'm really grateful for the appreciation. Vijay is here. Hello, Vijay. Vijay asked what happened with Gukesh. Gukesh won, Vijay. Great news for all of you guys. Gukesh has won today and he's back on his winning track now. Apurva says, how many 2700 players do you think will be from India by the end of 2023? Looking at the trend now, there will be at least 25, 30 plus players who will be about 2700, according to me, by the end of 2023. Many players are climbing the rating list very high now. It seems like we have got some kind of formula now to cross at 2700. So my number is around 25. We should have at least 25 players. David Warner asks, do arbiter get monthly salary or are they volunteers? Uh, David Warner, the answer to this question is slightly tricky, but I'll try to answer in the simplest terms. If you are an arbiter, you will be invited to do your arbiter job in a certain tournament. For example, right now the tournament is going on in Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. So they will invite you if you are an arbiter. And for these huge tournaments, you get a good amount of money. It can go in lakhs also if you are an international arbiter, and if you are covering any very good event, you they may pay you in lakhs. But it depends upon the number of tournaments you cover. There is no fixed salary. It is like business. If you get something, if you get called into some tournaments, or if you apply to become an arbiter, you will get paid very well. So definitely that is a way to earn it by becoming an arbiter. Okay, now guys, let's switch the game back to the Arjun Erigasi and Ronak Sadhwani. Okay, what is the evaluation right now? I think evaluation has got off here. Let's try to figure out what's the evaluation there. Okay, it is minus zero point 0.5. So the position has equaled. Has Ronak managed to come back in the game, guys? If we just go back few moves here, if we try to go back few moves, evaluation was minus 2.9. So what did Arjun do over here to lose the advantage? He played rook to g6, which is fine. Rook d1 is fine. Bishop d8 is fine. King to g1 is also okay for black so far. Queen d3. I think this is where Queen e6. I think this is where black started losing some advantage there. Rook d3 was suggested here for black. If rook d3, rook takes d3, knight takes d3, and then this knight can jump to f4 there. So I think that was a suggestion there for black to be continuing the game and getting a better position. But here black played, Arjun played queen to e6. I think this is where the advantage started slipping away there. Queen goes to g2 then, and knight to d3, pawn to f3, knight to f4, and this is the current position. So although queen e6, but still this is not a bad position for black. Black is still having an advantage here. Minus 1.3 is a good advantage. And it has now changed to minus 2 and minus 1. So this is even the advantage is trying to. Uh, okay, now I think this is winning for black. So rook to b5 played perfectly. Knight d b6 is now recommended, trying to occupy the outpost. And if the bishop captures, maybe there is this. But then I think the rook is also, I mean, this rook is very well placed. The pawn is very well defended, so black has nothing to worry on the king side there. Okay, I'll come back to chat now. Just a minute. I have to check one simple thing before I. Okay, guys, just a minute, please. Yes, guys, I'm back on the mic. I had to step away to take an important call there. Okay, so let's come back to the comments there. Let's see what chat is trying to say here. Okay. Yes, Apurva, that was happened. That happened. That there was a draw claim by Vidit, and I think Anish Giri took an objection, and even arbiter said it's not a draw. But later on, they checked the game, and it was found to be a draw, and then the result was changed to draw. Yes, that happens. Okay, Yogananda is here. Yogananda, Gukesh won the game, and right now we have the Arjun and Ronak's game going on, and it seems to be that yes, Arjun is winning this game, guys. Arjun is definitely winning this game. I'll just try to fix the screen there. I think it just keep moving for you guys. Sorry, guys. Just I'll just wait the screen for a bit. You cannot see the time, right? Yeah, I'll try to bring the time as well. And now I think you can see the time also. Yes, it's minus 5.7, guys. So Arjun is going to win this game easily now. Yes, so let's jump to the Nihal's game now. Let's check what's happening there in Nihal's game. Yeah, this is a problem. The evaluation it just stops there. So Nihal is playing with Indjic Aleksandar, Serbian number one player with a rating of 2613 there. And the position is equal now, although Nihal has this extra pawn on a7. It won't be easy for Nihal to convert this into win. So bishop d3 now was played, and Maybe king f6, g6 as recommended for black. You can check the time on Nihal's clock there, guys. Nihal is under time pressure. So that is another factor we have to consider here before thinking about Nihal converting this pawn into an advantage. His opponent has around 10 minutes on the clock, while Nihal has only 38 seconds now. So this is getting very tight, guys, right now. Okay, let's check Adhiban's game. I think Adhiban's game should be over. Yes, Adhiban lost, guys. We'll quickly see what happened in the game after the sacrifice were done on a6. Adhiban's opponent has sacrificed the bishop on a6 there, guys. I'll just go back there. Yeah. So here, I'll just show the sacrifice. So bishop takes a6 was sacrificed by Adhiban's opponent, Evgeny. Pawn takes on a6 and yeah, after pawn takes on a6, rook to d4 was played, trying to get the rook in the game, maybe via this or via this move. And pawn to a5 was played. After pawn a5, rook to a4, queen to b7, trying to make some square for the queen, king there, but I think it's not going to work here. Rook takes, rook d8, rook takes, and now rook back here, trying to pin the queen and win the game easily. So knight goes back, rook pins, knight goes back to e5. And let's think here, what could Adhiban have done to avoid this pin now? What if he plays king to c8? What would you play, guys, if Adhiban plays king to c8 here? There is rook check, king moves up, and the rook pins the queen. Yes, that is one of the most very easy way to win. You just go rook a8 now. If the queen goes back, we can take the queen, and if the king moves up, we have rook a7 pinning the queen and winning the queen there. So that's not the way Adhiban played. Adhiban played knight back here. So rook to b4. So it's either choice. We have to give the queen either ways. What if the queen goes away here? Suppose he took the queen away on d7. Then is there a mate? We go queen rook a8 check, king c7, and this queen to a7 mate. So even queen d7 was not possible there. Just king here, just rook check, king moves, and queen goes to a7. It's a check and mate. Yes. So yeah. So knight d7 was played by Adhiban, and then rook to b4, pinning the queen there. Knight moves to e5, rook takes b7, king takes b7, and now you can see queen and two knights versus rook and two bishops and a knight. Still, I feel there are two bishops, but these are really poor bishops. They have nothing to do in their life right now. Everything is blocked. So king goes to c8 now, queen goes to a5, knight to d3 check. So Adhiban trying few things here. King moves, bishop to e5, finally getting his bishops in the game, but it's too late now. Queen check, bishop goes to c7, and now knight to a4. And here Adhiban resigned. Now, why did Adhiban resign over here? He still has two bishops, rooks, and a knight. It's a common question everyone should ask in this position. Knight a4, what is the threat of this knight? Knight intends to go on this b6 square. Once the king moves, the queen can simply take the bishop on c7. Right now, the bishop cannot move. And you might say, okay, that's fine. We'll just go rook c8 and support the bishop then. But then, again, we have knight b6 check, attacking the king and the rook, and the queen can take the rook on the next move. So, this is a lost position because Adhiban is going to lose this bishop very soon now. I don't think there is any defense as well that black can do. This bishop is completely out of the game since the beginning, and there was nothing that black could have achieved with this bishop there. Okay, so let's come back now, guys. Let's come back to the games which are live, which is Arjun versus Ronak Sadhwani. Let's check the evaluation of this game. It's minus 7.1. Arjun winning clearly here. He has two rooks. This rook is super active. It was misplaced some time back, but right now this rook is a attacking rook. I think this the result is there, right? Almost result should be out now. I can see the time is 0, so they will update soon. Result also. Let's check Nihal's game now. Clocks are stuck. What happened in Nihal's game? Yeah, it's moving now. So Nihal has gained some time on the clock. He still has this extra pawn. He's holding on to it. He's making sure he's putting up a good fight and he's not giving away that pawn anyways. Now this knight has a very good square on c5. The advantage that white has is white is having a good king on this d4 square. Look at the king, guys. It is super advanced. Right now, Nihal has some tricks with the knight. Maybe knight jumping here and there somewhere. Let's check the evaluation as well. What does the evaluation say? It holds equal right now. It is equal right now, guys. And let's jump back to the other. Okay, I'll just quickly check the chat before I move to the other game. I'll try to answer your questions, queries. Atul is here. Hello, Atul. Good to see you. Prince Naruto is here. They say, are there any matches live? Yes, all of these matches are live. Prince Naruto asks, why is black position better? So, Prince Naruto, you please mention the game because we are covering two games live now. We covered four games. Two of them are over. Adhiban's game is over. Gukesh's game is over. Adhiban lost. Gukesh has won the game. We are still covering the game for Arjun and Ronak Sadhwani and other game between Nihal and Indjic from Serbia. Okay, Vishal Mularia is here. Vishal Mularia says, someone share here the Leech's link to check the game. So, Vishal, anyone who wants to check the games on their own, you can go to Leeches. In the watch option, you can click on broadcasts. In the broadcast, there are many tournaments. You can check those tournaments there. Okay, check those games there. Here we are trying to compile all of these games, and with the compilation, we are also trying to do the analysis. So all the viewers out there, those who have just joined, guys, and enjoying the stream, guys, please like the stream. There are very less likes. There are around 6,000 views right now, but there are only 95 likes, guys. So please like the stream. Those who are watching right now, guys, please hit that like button, okay, guys? That will help us get some motivation to bring more live games to you guys. Okay, Nihal's game drawn, it seems. It is, they will not accept a draw because Nihal is in time pressure. I'll just check here. Yeah, it's a drawn game. Yes, guys, they have accepted a draw. Thank you for the update, Apurva Jadhav. Thank you for the update there. Nihal's game has drawn, guys. So we have only one game left right now. That is Arjun's game. Let's jump to the Arjun's game now. Nihal could have played, but I think he was in time pressure. So that's the reason why he accepted a draw. So Arjun and Ronak's game is on, and I'm not sure why the result is not being updated yet. The result should have been mentioned. I think Arjun has won the game. Anyone else has an update on this game? Please let me know. It seems Arjun has won the game. Yeah, the result is not yet updated yet. I'm just waiting for the result there. Yeah, they show the game is still on. Okay, and players are playing. Rook b3 has just been played in the game by Arjun, and let's analyze the position. This pawn is under attack, but it's very well defended by black's pieces. So no problems whatsoever. This knight is stuck, and this knight needs to find a way to get out. This knight is really enjoying his life on b6 square. A very nice vacation there on b6 and a very nice outpost, stopping knight d7 because if knight d7, black white can take, and if queen takes, this rook takes g5. So black's knight is stuck. So black has to find a way there to get his knight to a better square. Maybe the rook goes back and some ideas with knight g6, but this pawn has to be defended first. So maybe here black is looking for counter attack instead of looking to improve the knight position there. I'm keeping the standings at the top so that you all can see the standings of the current standings on the tournament, guys. So Robson Ray is on number one right now. We have Indjic Alexander who was playing with Nihal Sarin, and Nihal Sarin has managed to draw with him. That's a good result for Nihal Sarin. He was second, but he will slip down now in the position. Third was Arjun, and fourth was Ronak in the tournament. They are playing with each other. So Arjun seemed to be climbing to the first position now. Ronak might slip down a couple of positions. And we have Nihal Sarin on number 7 position. It was drawn. So maybe he'll remain around 6, 7 or 8 position, right? After round 6. We'll be bringing the updates tomorrow in the tomorrow stream, which are the top players. We'll be checking tomorrow after round 6 updates. We'll also tomorrow try to bring all the 5 games live. Gukesh game, Ronak's game, Arjun's game, Nihal's game, and Adhiban's game live tomorrow on the live stream. So guys, stay tuned tomorrow as well. Join the stream and we'll be able to enjoy the stream and answer your questions then. I'll jump to the queries now in the chat. Okay, Akash is here. Akash says, can you show Gukesh game? Yes, Akash, I can cover Gukesh game definitely. I can cover the game. Hold on, please. So Gukesh won today. Those who have just joined the game, guys, will have a quick recap of the Gukesh game here. So stay tuned on the board. Okay, I'm just taking them back. So Gukesh started with d4. His opponent Idani, he played g6, knight f6, c4, e6. This is a Nimzo Indian kind of setup. But here Gukesh played knight f3, not allowing knight c3 pin. So pawn to d5 was played, knight c3. Pawn to c6 going into a Slav setup, pawn e3, knight to d7, bishop e2 here, bishop to d6, pawn to b3, castles, bishop b2, pawn to b6, castles here and bishop b7, queen to c2 here. So still the position is quite close, no action so far, but when the action starts, you will really start enjoying this game, guys. It was a fantastic game. Gukesh has many difficult choices to make in the game. So queen to e7 now, pawn to e4, trying to gain some space on the queen side there. Pawn to e5 played by black. Rook to d1, centralizing the rook. So rook d8 and bishop d3. Now putting the bishop on the right diagonal to attack black's king side there. Pawn h6, rook to e1, pawn to c5, pawn takes on d5, pawn takes on d4, knight goes to b5 there, attacking the bishop on d6. Of course, black will not want to lose the bishop on d6 for this knight. So black played first rook to c8, attacking the queen on c2 there. Now the queen has to move, and this is where all the action started, guys, in the game. So queen went to e2 there, and now bishop to b4, so that black will not lose his bishop for the knight. So back bishop went to b4, and now pawn to d6, attacking the queen there. Queen goes back to d8, and now knight to d2, pawn to e3, f to e3, rook to c5, and now rook to f1, putting the rook there back on the open file. And after this, rook to g5. So black tried very hard there to attack on black's queen side there, but it was not an easy task for Idani to break Gukesh's defense there. Gukesh had a very good defense setup there. So after this, he played pawn to e4. Gukesh making sure that this bishop remains a passive piece, not allowing the bishop to attack on g2 square. So now bishop c5, getting the bishop back in the game on the king side because bishop holds no purpose there remaining on this diagonal. Bishop is definitely placed better on c5 for black. So Gukesh went king h1 and now Idani tried to bring in more forces on the king side. Knight g4 there. Bishop d4. This move was not best move here, bishop d4, but white played it anyway, trying to get rid of the problems there. And bishop takes d4, knight takes d4, and now here the position was roughly equal. This was slightly better for black there, but couple of moves that black played here let Gukesh back in the game. So this can happen, guys, in your game as well. Whenever you feel your opponent is doing better, suddenly the opponent gets relaxed and he or she makes couple of inferior moves, not the best moves, and suddenly you can see you are getting back in the game. So never give up, even though you are having a bad position, never ever give up, keep playing, guys. So knight f6, this move, guys, changed the evaluation in favor of Gukesh. Knight f6 move. Knight to c4 was played here, knight to h5, queen to e1, and you can see black is trying to put more pressure there on the king side by getting all his knights, rooks. Now even the queen will try to join soon. The rook went back to g6, making the square, this room for the queen to pump in on g5, queen to g5 there, and then rook to d2, queen to g5, knight to f3, attacking the queen on g5 there. Now the queen goes to f4, pawn to g3, and now queen went back to f6. I'm going running fast through these moves, guys. You can slow down and try to figure out. You can pause the video and try to figure out what happened in the game. So this now queen f6 now, and now knight to h4. And you can see now the advantage is +3 for white. Gukesh started getting very good position now because the rook is quite stuck. Rook does not have many squares to move. Knights are there, but they are not able to synchronize with each other and attack the king anymore. The bishop is also blocked. Meanwhile, also getting a very nice attack on the queen with the rook. So queen went to g5 now, and knight takes on g6. This is where I think opponent missed because this rook had a discord attack on the queen, and once the knight goes to h4, Gukesh got the exchange on g6 after black saved the queen, and this is where the game turned the tables in favor of white, that is Gukesh. Pawn to h3, kicking the knight away. Knight went back to f6. Pawn king to h2, saving the pawn on g3 with the help of the queen and the king. Also making sure there is no attack on this h1 square with this bishop. Later on, bishop takes e4 was played, queen to d3. This was slightly queen to e3. This was not the best move played by Gukesh here, but and you can see the evaluation also changing slightly down here, +3, +2. It was now it went +1. Now bishop takes, now queen takes, and now knight to d5. Knight to d4 was played there. After knight to e4 was played, now rook g2 supporting the pawn on g3, and here Gukesh was under immense time pressure, but he played very well to win the game. Knight f6 there, rook to f4, attacking the e4 knight multiple times. Rook went to d8, and now rook to d2 e2 there, attacking the knight on e4 multiple times with the rooks, with the queen, and next move we can just capture the knight there. So here knight takes d6 was played by uh, Idani, Gukesh opponent, and immediately Gukesh captured the queen on g6, creating double pawns and just breaking the pawn chain here, creating one more weakness on e6 there. So here c rook d4 was played, pinning the knight on d6. Now this is where actually his opponent resigned here, and that was the end of the game, guys. So that was a recap of the complete game between Gukesh and his opponent Idani from Iran. He's Iran's number 3 player, guys. So great win for Gukesh today. So that was a recap of the game. Now let's quickly jump to the last game of the evening between Ronak and Arjun. Arjun has won the game, guys. Arjun has won the game. Ronak has lost this game. Ronak was really having a good position there, but unfortunately, I think he lost the grip on the position and lost the game eventually. So here, let's check the evaluation as well. So rook f1 is recommended, but after rook f1, even then, white black can just take the f3 because the pawn is supporting the rook. And if rook takes on f3, we have this queen taking on the rook. Then black would have two passers here on g5 and e5, and endgame is more than favorable for black. That is the reason why Arjun won the game. I'll come back to the comments now. Let's check what's going on in the comment section. All the viewers out there, welcome to the live stream. We have covered 4 games today. We covered the game for uh, we covered the game for Gukesh. We covered the game for Arjun and Ronak. We covered the game for Nihal Sarin. We covered the game for Adhiban. Adhiban lost today, a brilliant sacrifice by his opponent from Russia on a6. And then we had again interesting game between Nihal Sarin and Grandmaster Indjic from Serbia, Serbia's number 1 player. And in that game, it was a draw. This game was a draw. The reason for draw over, even though black has an extra pawn on a6, Nihal was in immense time pressure, and Nihal had to Nihal had to accept a draw here just as to not lose or make a blunder due to time pressure. So it was a draw over here, and the other game between Arjun and Ronak also ended in a win for Arjun here. Ronak was having good position. You guys should check the game. Ronak was having good position. Ronak went full in with attack by pushing the pawns to g4, h4, but eventually the game ended in a draw. Not in a draw, win for Arjun there. And this is the Gukesh game. We covered Gukesh game just now. You can go back in the stream, guys, and you can check the stream again to check the complete summary of this game. We have just analyzed it 5 minutes back. So it will be interesting, guys, tomorrow again to check the Gukesh game. I'll just quickly come to the comment section to read if there are any requests here. Okay, so Philip is here. Philip asks, will it be also streamed when Pragananda will play chess in Dubai in 2 days? Definitely. If Pragananda is playing, we'll try to cover that. If Ronak is playing, we'll cover that. If Nihal is playing, we'll cover that. If Ronak is playing, we'll cover all the youngsters, guys. These are phenomenal players for India so far, and we have been enjoying their journey, and we will cover all their games. Going ahead, guys, we will cover all of their games as much as possible in all the possible ways, guys. I'll try to bring the live games to you with the live commentary, with the live analysis, and with answering all of your technical questions about chess. I'll try my best, guys, to answer your questions. Even now, guys, if you have any questions, queries, please feel free to ask your questions in the comment section. I'll be happy to answer them. Although all the games have ended, we'll still have the session open for your questions, queries, if any. What we can do is okay, Apurva is here. One quality I like about top chess players is that they are very humble. Ding Liren I found is most humble. Yes, Apurva, because chess players are very much matured and they are way ahead from your any. They will never keep any regrets or any small grudges against anyone. They are way advanced, guys. All the chess players, they are way advanced. They will never ever take any kind of action against anyone. They're very humble, especially if even if you have heard Anand. Listen, Anand, you remember, right? Anand had a very bad incident with the Rohan Kamath. If I'm not getting the wrong name, please let me know, guys. He is the CEO of Zerodha. He cheated against Anand and he has beaten Anand in an online game for the charity. And when people do these kind of things, it's really bad for chess. Using engines against the world champion and beating him, that is not something you should do, and you should never ever forgive these things. But if you remember how humble Anand was at that moment, he gently said that this was not a normal chess Rohan Kamath he played. Nikhil Kamath or Rohan Kamath? I think it's Nikhil Kamath, yeah. That's the great thing about Anand, guys. Okay. Chess 2700 is showing Arjun and Sadhwan in draw. Why so? No, they will update it. Movie talkies, they will definitely update it. It's not a draw. Arjun has won the game. Arjun has won comfortably. I'll just bring that game on the screen if you have missed it. Yes, Arjun has won the game at the end comfortably. And Ronak has lost the game. Although Ronak had a great position sometime in between. I'll just jump to that position, guys. I wanted to show you that position, what Ronak did in the game. Hold on, please. If you are stay tuned, guys, I'm bringing Ronak's game where he had a fantastic position and he was attacking with g4 and h4 pawns. So still here the position is equal, and somewhere here when he started his attack, look at this, guys. He played h4 here first. His castle, his king is over here, and he played king. Arjun played queen b8 and he played g4 over here. Look at this moves. We are trained not to push the pawns on the king side and create weaknesses, but here Ronak was going in the completely opposite direction against the stream and trying to attack Arjun with full force as much as he can. Here Arjun made some bad choices. Right now knight f8 was not that great of a move, giving away some advantage to white, but still it's a opening and it's not an easy way to play from here. Pawn g5 was played. Here g5 is recommended. Pawn g5 was played. Knight d7, bishop g4 was played. Bishop goes back, knight goes to d5 now, bishop takes g4, and after this exchange, after the bishop was exchanged, Ronak knew that this knight is amazing. Okay, and why Arjun gave away this bishop was because he thought, yes, okay, I'm giving away my light squared bishop, I am allowing the knight to be staying here for lifetime, attacking me on all of these squares. But by giving away my light squared bishop, by giving away this pawn on d5, I am going to get this free pawn on c2. That's what happened in the game, guys. That's how Arjun got a free pawn, and Ronak got a good attack. So let's check what happened thereafter. So bishop g4 was played. After bishop g4, queen g4 was played, and rook takes c2. Arjun went for the material there. Arjun went for the material there. And after queen went to f5, pawn to f6 was played here. After pawn f6, knight f3, and rook takes b2 there was played in the game. And rook went to c1. Rook to b5 was played. Pawn takes f6. Now bishop takes f6. Rook to d5. Okay, this move I think was not the best here. King h1 could have was recommended for right. But now if you look at the position, it's plus 1 point, and here Ronak had to decide how to proceed in the game. Should he attack more on the king side? Should he defend? Or looking at the pawn structure, I think he had only one choice here to go for the attack and do nothing else. So he just put his king on h2, making sure there are no back rank tactics there, and also the file is open so that his rook can occupy the g1 square and try to attack the king there on g7. Although the pawn is very well defended, it would be very good to have this rook coming up somewhere here on g5. For example, rook g1, rook g5. If they capture, the knight captures, and then we have some threats with knight f7 mate, and there are some with the queen h7 also. So these kind of ideas were on. So hence king h2 was played by Ronak, rook b2 was played by Arjun, and here you see plus 2.3 guys. This is winning advantage for Ronak. And from here he went the downhill, guys. He could not find the best plan to continue. The best plan here was to go rook c7 and get the other rook on c1, and then try to go for some kind of moves like the maybe the knight can be maneuvered then back to this square, try to attack on d6. So those plans were really good for Ronak, but Ronak did not go for this plan. He went to attack on the king side because he was pretty much focused and confident about attacking and breaking this structure to get something over there. He pushed the pawn here. Maybe sometime he has this option of going this kind of move, and then the king is stuck. You have some kind of checkmates with the queen on h3, and then the queen went to e8 there, trying to attack the pawn on h5, and also defending the g6 square, also threatening sometime to play queen e6. So knight d2 now, trying to jump to the d4 square, and here it was a difficult choice again for Arjun what to do about this pawn on d6, because if the knight jumps to c4, we have attack on b2 and attack on d6 there. So how can black defend the d6 pawn there if the rook is attacked? So rightly he played bishop e7 defending the d6 pawn now, so knight c4 happens. Nothing to worry there, just bishop is defending this, we only defend the rook, and then the game goes on. So knight c4 was played by Ronak here, and rook to b3 was played, and slowly but steadily you can see the this evaluation changing and coming down to zero here. So rook g1 was played, pawn g6, queen h3 was played here, knight to c5, rook to g4. This I think turned the tables completely in favor of black. So instead of here, rook a d1 was suggested. Just keep pressure here on the d6 pawn, and then you can go for this knight e7 and knight d6 kind of things. Also after knight d6, the c4 c5 knight is hanging there. So this was suggested by the engine, say rook a d1. The question is, what if rook a d1 and then black goes for this e4 pawn? What can white do next if black captures the pawn on e4? I think then we have this knight e7, queen e7, and there is no knight d6 because this is hanging. I think there's pawn g6. Let's check with the engine also what could have played. So rook d1 and now knight e4. There must be something I'm missing over here. A simple idea. Okay, so they say queen f3 here, attacking the knight and sacrificing the pawn just to get a better position there. So queen f3, knight f2 is recommended. What if the knight just goes back there? Then we have knight d6 move, sacrificing the knight there, and then we can, okay, knight d6, bishop d6, and now queen f. Okay, we are having a deflection there. Bishop is defending this pawn on the square on f6. So we deflect the bishop to go on d6 so that the queen can jump on f6, check the king, and then the rook blocks, and we can go for h6 move, capturing the rook, capturing the knight, and giving a lot of threats there. That is the idea behind this knight d6 move here. So knight d6, bishop d6, queen f6 check, rook g7, and now pawn to h6. There is e4 check, but I think we can just hide now somewhere, maybe g2 or h1. Anywhere is fine. The g2, and now maybe queen f7. We just go for this check, queen takes, and now it's completely winning for White. Once white takes this, and now we have beautiful bishop d4 move to pin the queen there. So let's go back. This did not happen in the game. Here Ronak played rook g4, and this is where the tables turned completely in favor of black there. Slowly now once Arjun got this equal position, Arjun never went back from there on. Now you can see the evaluation switching to 1.3 there, minus 1.3 in favor of black. So g5 was played. Once g5 was played, Arjun was really comfortable because now white has white is not able to open the file anymore. There was this h takes g6 option to attack more on h7, but now black is completely safe. No attacks on black. And then pawn to h6 was played. This was a second mistake. So two back-to-back mistakes by white here. Now why h6 is a mistake? Because that creates an open square to be occupied by black's pieces now. Any of these pieces can occupy g6 and defend the pawn on g5. Nothing to worry anymore. And that is the reason why this was a blunder there. So rook to g6 was played, rook d1, bishop d8, king to g1, queen d6 there, queen e6, queen goes back to g2, and then we have okay, those guys who have just joined, this is a game between Arjun and Ronak. We are just going through the game here and find so the Ronak was doing better in the game, but then he's made couple of back-to-back blunders, and then Arjun got in the game and won the game. So knight d3 was played. After knight d3, we have f3 there. Knight to f4. Queen goes to c2 here. This was a mistake again. So Ronak losing the grip on the game then, also his focus there, and just making a lot of blunders back to back there. Many back to back blunders, and now this queen just comes up, and now bishop b6, knight b6, rook here, and now this is attacked, and the king cannot be defended anymore. So this is how Ronak lost today. Ronak was having a very good position, but unfortunately he could not capitalize and get the best out of it. He made a couple of back-to-back blunders, losing the game there. Arjun winning the game, even though Arjun had a bad position, it was just a stroke of luck for Arjun a bit because back-to-back blunders are never good at Grandmaster level. No one will let you go once you do a blunder at GM level. Okay. Nitin Kamath. Yes, Apurva Jadhav. Nikhil Kamath. It's Nikhil Kamath. Yes. Nikhil Kamath. That was a game between Anand and Nikhil Kamath then, and where Anand lost against Nikhil Kamath online. I was mentioning how humble the players are who are at the Grandmaster level. So this was the game, guys, and Arjun won against Ronak. Now let's quickly see the game between Adhiban and his opponent Grandmaster Tomshevsky Evgeny 2702 rated from Russia, and he's Russian number 8 player. And let's see how he was able to sacrifice guys in the game and won the game comfortably. I'll just quickly show the game as well. Let's go here. Okay, this is the game. Okay, okay. So C4 was played by Evgeny. Adhiban played E5, pawn to G3, a Catalan setup here, or you can say the Fianchetto setup with the pawn to c4 is opted by Evgeny. Knight to c6 was played by Adhiban. Bishop g2 played by Evgeny here. Pawn g6. Even Adhiban is going for the fianchetto. And he likes fianchetto because you have seen him playing b3 many times in the game. So whenever he plays, he at least has fianchetto on one side of the board. Pawn d6 here. Pawn to e4. Bishop to e6. Knight to e2. And then pawn to h5. Guys, I'm just making sure this board is visible here. Yes, it is visible. It is clear. I'm audible. Okay, let's go ahead in the game. And after this move, h3 was played by Evgeny. Pawn to h4. Adhiban was not stopping here. He was super aggressive. He went for all the aggressive moves he can do in the opening. But Evgeny was super cool. He said, "Okay, you are attacking me. I'll just keep defending. I have nothing to worry there because see, even if you're attacking, pushing the pawns, this my king is not here, right? So I need not worry. I can put my king here later on. I do long castle and I'll attack you on the queen side. So you do whatever you want on the queen side here, king side here. I don't care. That is what I think Evgeny's approach was to the game. So here after g4, f5 was played by Adhiban, immediately trying to attack there on g4 and e4, trying to get something out of it. But here again, as we discussed during the live stream, here I recommended that yes, White would try to have this open diagonal for the bishop and he would capture with this pawn. That's what happened in the game as well. white captured the pawn on f5. They captured back with the pawn, Adhiban captured back with the pawn, and now pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn, and now knight to d5. Immediately, Evgeny took the control of the d5 square with the knight so that the other knight can also jump to c3 and have a very good square d5 to attack black's weak squares over here, 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 everywhere. Now knight is going to be the hero of the game. Look on the d5 knight. So queen to d7, preparing to castle on the queen side and complete the assault on the king side there. So bishop to g5 was played, knight to d8, and now bishop takes d8 was played by Evgeny. Why would Evgeny exchange his bishop for dark squared bishop for a knight there? What could be the reason? Generally, we try to maintain the bishop pair advantage there. But in this case, he just gave away the bishop. I'm just trying to wonder, even when the game was going on, I was trying to wonder why would why would any grandmaster give this knight for a bishop for a knight? So, guys, if you have any insights on this, why would he exchange his bishop for a knight? I would have not exchanged this because I would love to keep the bishops maybe on e3 somewhere here so that I can get a very good attack. I know that black is trying to prepare queenside castle, so I would like to put the bishop on e3 and bishop on g2 here to attack the castle in the future. But Evgeny went for this positional exchange by putting the bishop on g5 and capturing the knight on d8 there. Maybe it was the time, right? Because once bishop goes there, bishop captures on d8, queen captures on d8, queen again has to move, and then black has to castle. So it will take two or three moves. Meanwhile, Evgeny is going to get good amount of time to maybe even start attacking immediately from b3 here. Just draw the right arrows. That is interesting, right? So this maybe it was a move to gain the time. I'll quickly check the questions, your comments, guys. Okay, Tanuj is here. Tanuj says, hello, hello, how are you, brother? Hello, Tanuj Mehta, good to see you. And welcome to the live stream, guys. Omkar is here. Omkar, good to see you as well. Omkar says, knight is coming to d4 there. That is the idea of knight to d4. This knight, it went back. It could have come to d4 from c6 also, but it went back, and from here it might have come to e6 and maybe f4 or d4. That was maybe one of the reasons also. Yes, Omkar, that is one of the points. As you said, it was planning to come to e6 and maybe to d4 or f4. That could be the reason why Evgeny exchanged his bishop for the knight on d8. Let's see also how much time it took for black then to come back in the game. He captured it with the king there. Okay, knight comes back to the e3 square, pawn c6, queen d2, bishop h7. Now, Adhiban was trying to bank on these two bishops, strong bishops attacking the white's queen side there. Looks good, right? Wonderful bishops. Once white castle will start all the attack there. But Evgeny was so smart. He made sure that one of the bishop always remains blocked here. The same idea. If you have played Nimzo Indian guys, you know that we leave white with couple of bishops, bishop pair advantage. But we make sure one of the bishop always stays a bad bishop. Same thing Evgeny did over here. He played a fantastic game, making sure that one of this bishop always remains a bad bishop. So he played pawn to d4 now, and now knight to f6, pawn takes pawn, and now queen exchange was possible, guys. Queen exchange was possible. Adhiban was hoping for queen exchange, but Evgeny knew that black king is stuck in center. I should not be exchanging the queens. If the king is stuck in center, definitely Evgeny will get something out there. So he avoided exchange. He went for queen a5 check, queen to c7 now, and he still castle. He now castled, gaining a tempo on the king there to attack the king. So Adhiban really has to play very well now to make sure the king remains safe, and this rook has to come out somewhere. This rook is also stuck. So here Adhiban took all his time to get his rook out and try to make his king safe. Queen a3 was played here, avoiding the exchange, and rightly so. Even guys, this is one lesson learned that when you are having the initiative, when you are attacking your opponent's king, and opponent's king is stuck in the center, avoid doing a queen exchange. Avoid the queen exchange altogether. Whenever your queen stay on the board, you have more chances of attacking the castled king. And in the reverse way, when you are having a bad position, when your king is stuck, your king is not having a good position, try to exchange your queens, guys, so that there is no more attack on your king side. So king to g8 was b8 was played here, pawn to c5 was played, and pawn to a6 was played here, trying to make room for the king so that rook can jump here, here, or here somewhere, and it could be an artificial castle. So rook to d6 was played here, king to a7, and now rook to d1 was played. So Evgeny got all his pieces in the game, and the knight is over here, the bishop is over here. Black's king is very well defended on a7, but still the rook has to come out. And if you look at white's pieces, they are better placed. Black does have these bishops, but one of the bishops is right now blocked. So they have to push the pawn to get this bishop active. And if they push the pawn, this bishop gets inactive. So one bishop at one time only gets active. And this is what Evgeny had a foresight. He had thought about this concept and this kind of position long back when he exchanged his bishop for the knight on d8, making sure that even though Adhiban has two bishops, one of them will be a bad bishop. So now rook went to c8 and now knight to c3. Pawn to e4 there was played, and now bishop came back to f1, and this was the turning point of the game now, because as soon as the bishop comes here on f1, the possibility of sacrificing on a6 really starts over here, because whenever the bishop pawn is going to capture back, you have this rook jumping in the game from this d4 square. It can go to a4, it can go to b4 and try to do some mating attacks on the king, and that is what happened in the game, guys. Here Adhiban played king to b8, trying to make his king safe, but even though the king went on b8 and position looks equal over here, Evgeny was so confident he sacrificed his bishop on e6. If you want, guys, you can pause the video and figure out why this sacrifice was done on a6. If you have not seen the game, don't see the game, guys. Okay, you can hide the other. Okay, you can just hide the analysis and anything if you have on the screen, and try to figure out why bishop was sacrificed on this square. So pause your video and check it. I'll continue the explanation for the others, those who have not paused. So pawn takes bishop, and now rook jumps in to attack the black's king side. Pawn to a5 was played, and now rook go to a4, trying to take the pawn and trying to checkmate the king on a8 now. So queen went to b7, trying to escape there, but no use. The king is trapped, and white would just destroy this castle king now in this way. Rook takes a5, rook to d8, and now rook takes d8, rook takes d8, and here rook to a4. Again, a silent move. Look at this, a silent move. Idea is simply to go here and pin the queen and win the material and win the game. So knight d7 was played, rook to b4, knight to e5 was played there, and now rook takes on b7, king takes on b7, and now queen to b4 check, king goes to c8, and now we have queen to a5. They're trying to attack the rook and trying to make sure we're not attacking. We don't want to capture the rook here. We have some kind of threats with this queen a7 or queen 8. We have two bishops hanging over here, so we might be able to get something. We have this knight jumping in on b6 now. We have other knight who can jump to c4, and even if this knight captures, we have this queen a6 check, doing a double attack, trying to get the knight back. So here knight d3 was played, knight d3 check was played by Adhiban, king moved away, bishop to e5, and now queen to a8 check, king goes to d7, and now queen to b7 check. King cannot go back because there is a skewer here and the bishop can be lost. Those who don't know what is the meaning of skewer, all the beginners, there's a king here and there's a hanging piece behind. So you check from here, and then once the king moves, we can capture the bishop or hanging piece which is beyond the king. This is called as concept of skewer. You can practice this on the Leech's website in the puzzle themes. There are a lot of skewer puzzles. So bishop c7 was played, and here knight a4 was played, and here Adhiban resigned for the simple reason that knight can go to b6 and now check the king. Once the king moves, the queen can simply take the bishop. You might say, okay, I can play rook to c8 and try to defend the bishop, but it doesn't work because still knight b6 holds. And after knight b6, king moves somewhere, and we can take the rook with the queen or with the knight, and then we can also take the bishop. So this position, Adhiban lost, and maybe it was too aggressive approach in the opening that costed Adhiban this game. Evgeny, he was super cool and he did not lose his cool, and this is how grandmasters play, guys. We need to learn from them. Even though Adhiban changed something in the opening, Evgeny followed the basic rules. And also, guys, remember this concept that Evgeny taught us today. You can give your bishop away for a knight and give your opponent a bishop pair if you can control those bishops. One of that bishops has to remain a bad bishop. If you can do that, then you can give your knight away for, you can give your bishop away for a knight there. So it was a very nice concept taught us today by Evgeny, giving a live example in this game. So that's the game, guys. Now let's come back to the comment section. And Omkar is yes. Omkar says yes with pawn c6. Tanuj is saying, what is the result of Gukesh game? Tanuj, Gukesh won the game today, and we had a complete recap of the game. You can go back in the stream and check the complete recap of the game. It was a fantastic game. Gukesh won today, and Dibyakshu is it? Dibyakshu says Gukesh they probably lost. No, Gukesh won today. Dibyakshu. Tanuj, Gukesh won. Yes, Philip, Gukesh won. To a weakening king, removing one defender in style of Gary Kasparov against Anatoly Karpov. Yes, Philip cover. That is one of the things. Rook B8. Yes, just do it. Rook B8. You can mention the move number, guys, whenever you are recommending the moves. You can mention the phone number, and guys, please hit that like button, guys, because I can see there are around 7,000 views on the video, but there are only 80 121 likes, guys. So please try to like the video before you close the stream today. And also, guys, if you want to check any of the games, I can cover them. We had four games today. Gukesh game we have seen already. We have not checked Nihal's game. Nihal's game was drawn, so we'll quickly check Nihal's game. We have seen the Gukesh game, we have seen Arjun's game, we have seen Adhiban's game. Nihal's game is pending. So let's cover Nihal's game quickly here before we go off for today. Yes, let's go to the Nihal's game here. Yeah, this is the Nihal's game, and let's just run through the moves now. All the viewers out there, stay tuned. We are covering Nihal's game today. Nihal was playing against Indjic Aleksandar, and let me bring that game on the screen. Yeah, this game was played by Indjic Aleksandar. Indjic Aleksandar is Serbia's number one player, guys. And we got a draw today. It was opposite side castling, not opposite colored bishops. I'm just trying to bring that on the screen now. Yes, this is the game. Okay, I'll just to go to the top. So here, Indjic started with c4, first move. C6 was played by Niyaz. This is a typical approach to the Karokan players with the Karokan who have a very good Karokan background or who have a very good Slav defense background. They C6 they prefer against C4, pawn D4, pawn D5, knight C3, knight F6, knight F3, pawn to E6, then pawn E4. This was not something which was recommended. I think this is not even in the book. I'll check quickly if E4 is played on this. No, E4 is not even in the book, guys. You can see on the right hand screen, right hand side of the screen. E4 is not even in the book, and it is not even in the recommendation. If I switch on the engines after bishop d6, yeah, here we have to check E4, guys. Sorry, I was in the wrong position. Yeah, E4 it's there, but and it's an equal result for E4 for both the players, white and black there. So E4 was played in the game by Injek, and then knight takes E4, knight takes E4, pawn takes E4, and this position has been played before by Vladimir Kramnik and Boris Gelfand. I'll try to increase the screen size there so that you guys can check what I'm trying to say there. So this position, exactly what happened in Nihal's game today. This position exactly was played by Vladimir Kramnik and Boris Gelfand in 2007. Okay, let's see how the game progressed. Queen e4 was played here. After queen e4, bishop b4 check. Let's see what happened here. What did happen in the Kramnik's game? Yeah, no, this did not happen in the Kramnik's game. Here, same position was played between Mamedero and Sherov. And Sherov, yes, this position. So we are following the game of Sherov here, guys, so far. Yes, castles here, still following the game with Sherov. And yes, Queen e3 was a novelty, or you can say change in the sequence. Still here, we have exactly same game. 11 moves exactly same from Alexis Shirov's and David Navarra's game from 2009 and 10. That is amazing to know. Ivanchuk and Akopyan also played in 1990, guys. Back in 1990, same position occurred. And you can see the result is in favor of white here in most of the lines. But Queen e3, was it recommended by engines? Queen e3 is not recommended by engines here. So this, I think, was the first inaccuracy in the game by Indjic, and slowly then he had to struggle a bit as well in the game. So let's go ahead and let's see what happened there after Queen E3. So far, guys, we had followed the game between Alexei Shirov and Navara David. Now we are not following any games. It's just Queen E3 move. Pawn to E5 was played immediately by Nihal Sarin, so that there is some room for the bishop in the future. Long castles, getting his rook in the game. Queen pawn takes, queen to A5, immediately asking the question to Indjic. Nihal is pretty active with his queen and asking the question, what are you going to do about this pawn? Are you going to give it away for free, or are you going to play a passive move like king to b1? That is a difficult choice for white here, guys. Should you go king b1, defend the pawn, or should you go knight e4? Should you go d4, bishop d3? Should you go h4? Should you go something else to attack on the king side? That is a difficult decision. If you want to pause the video, guys, you can pause the video and take this difficult decision. Put yourself in Indjic Alexander's place and try to think what would you do here? Would you play king b1 or would you play bishop to d3? Those who are not paused, guys, let's go ahead with the video and let's go ahead with the explanation. So here, Indjic is an aggressive player. He's a number one player, guys, from Serbia. He will never bow down to a passive move. So in the game, he chose bishop d3, an aggressive approach to attack Black's castle king. And now, if the knight was on f3, then Black would have to be concerned about this Greek gift. But knight is not on f3. Right now, bishop h7 is not a concern. So Black went for the free pawn on a2 here. And this is where I think when I was watching the game, when we were doing a live stream, I think here Nihal was slightly feeling better. Even though engine shows equal, Nihal might be feeling confident. Okay, I just want to get my queen's exchange. And after that, I have these pawns, majority on the queen side. I need to exchange the pawns and get this one of the pawns to the queening square as a passer pawn. So this is where I think Nihal got confident here. And then Injix tried to play rook even, trying to get all his pieces in the game. He had this tempo, right? He allowed black to capture the pawn. Now it's his responsibility. He has to prove that the pawn that he has sacrificed, it is worth. So he has to get all the pieces in the game. He has to put them on the right squares. He has to attack the black king and prove that yes, this pawn was worth sacrificing. So now the pressure is back on Indjic Alexander. He has to prove that yes, this is worth. He is getting all the pieces in the game. Rook e1, queen went back to a5, knight went to e4 now, queen went to e5, and now, as you know, if you are pawn up, try and look for exchanges. White is having the development advantage here, lead in development. Black should try to exchange the queens, and once the queens will be exchanged, definitely the position will be equal and black might get away with an extra pawn. So right approach by Nihal Sarin, teaching us the way to approach the game. If you are up in material, look for the exchanges. This is what Nihal is doing, simple chess. Injik did not exchange, he went bishop back, but that allowed Nihal to get off the queens, get the queens off the board. And now here, even though the position is equal, we always have this advantage in our mind. Okay, I have an extra pawn. All I have to do is to make sure that there is no tactics here. Once black make sure, Nihal Sarin make sure there are no tactics on the king side, he can start pushing these pawns and try to get some play over here. So rook e8 was played here. I'll just take a pause and check the comments if any. Okay, Basan Sethi is here. Yes, and Sarthak is here. What happened in Gukesh game? Gukesh won, guys. Gukesh won. And okay. Okay, guys, always mention the move number and the game whenever you are recommending the moves. Philip, I can see a move recommended by you, Queen takes c6, but I need the move number and the game which one you are recommending there so that it helps me. Uh, okay. Yeah, Purvo, yes, 2700 website that will take some time to update their exact ratings. But yes, right now let's continue with the game, guys. This is Nihal's game. We are taking a look at Nihal and Indjic Alexander's game. So rook e8 was played here. After rook e8, it's trying to pin the knight now, trying to go pawn to f5. The knight moves. We have rook takes rook. Black gets a free rook. So white played rook to d1, making sure there is no pin on the knight, and we have some good attack on the d file there. Ritesh is here. Ritesh Singh says, thank you for bringing this live stream to us. I'm very much pleased, Ritesh, you enjoyed the stream. Tomorrow again, we'll be covering 5 games tomorrow, starting with Gukesh, Ronak, Nihal, Adhiban, and Arjun. Okay, it was from the previous game, Adhiban, not from this. Okay, Philip. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's go ahead, guys. So, Rook, Knight F8 was played here by Nihal Sarin and Knight F8. Knight D6. Knight D6 now is the way you bind your opponent's pieces not to move from your place. This knight is a kind of a, a, a person with the gun standing over there at the head of this bishop. He's saying, okay, if you move, I take the b7 pawn, and then you lose the advantage. Then you have the weakness on c6 on e7 if I am able to get the b7 pawn. So don't you dare move the bishop which is on c8. I am standing here. I'm going to capture your pawn, and even the rook is hanging. So here Nihal played rook to e7, and here it's slightly better for black because now see, now the bishop is able to move, right? Bishop is able to move now, but still Nihal could not get it working because now again rook e4 was played. Indjic knew that if the rook stays here, then the bishop can get out, and once the bishop gets out somewhere, the other rook can join the party very soon. So he does not want black to enjoy the liberty of moving the bishop. So immediately went for this. And now rook takes on e4 and bishop took the rook now, making sure the knight is still holding the gun for this bishop not to move. If you move, I take your pawn, then I take your this pawn as well, and then you are losing. This knight is doing an amazing job right now, not making this bishop and pawn move. So rook b8 here was played by Nihal. Nihal is trying to get things working for him. The b7 pawn is being supported right now by two pieces, so the bishop can move away and knight cannot capture here. So now Injik played pawn to b4. He says, okay, you move your bishop. I have some other things in the plan. I can go for this weakness and try to create a hanging pawn on c6 there. So bishop e6 was played and now king c2 was played. Finally, Nihal got his pieces out, but still there is a big question how to convert this pawn into a winning advantage. So Nihal gave his best. He played knight d7 here, trying to do something with the knight, trying to come over here, exchange some pieces. But Njik was super strong. He did not allow any exchanges. Exchanges are going to be very bad for white now because black has an extra pawn. Bishop went to f3, now king f8, pawn to b5, king to e7 there, and now pawn takes on c6, pawn takes on c6, and now Injik has this weakness. Injik has a target on weakness. Nihal has a weakness on c6 here. Knight e4 now, trying to occupy the other square on c5. And now after this, knight went to d7. And now rook to a8. Try a1, trying to attack the hanging pawn on a7. Rook b7. Rook a6, putting the pressure more pressure on this c6 pawn there. As I said before, Injik is a very smart player. He created this minority attack, creating a weakness on c6. Minority attack means, guys, when you have less pawns, you push them. I'll show an example how he did the minority attack. So this is a majority. This is a minority. So when you have minority pawns, you make sure you have very good pieces somewhere near these three pawns, and you keep pushing these pawns till they reach here somewhere and try to create a new weakness there somewhere in their position. That is a minority attack. So you can learn the concept of minority attack if you are playing the openings like Queen's Gambit or Slav Defense, or even sometimes you are playing Alapin. So in these positions, you do get two pawns here on a3 and b2, and opponent has three pawns here, so 2 versus 3. In that case, you can keep pushing and try to create some weakness here. Even in Queen's Gambit Decline, we have the minority attack ideas. So something for you to explore, guys, minority attack. And do learn that these are very important middle game concepts, minority attack, how to play with double bishop advantage in the middle game, which pieces not to exchange. These are all very important concepts. So those who are looking to improve your games, guys, please check these concepts which I am trying to discuss now. So king to f8 was played, b5 was played here, king e7, and b takes c6, b takes c6, and then the knight went back. Here white tried to exchange, but black here did not exchange the pieces because black knows that if he exchanges, then the c6 remains a long-term weakness, and then the rook will be tied down to defend this c6. And now the king has this move as well to come on this c6 square there. So knight d7 was played, and rook to a1, rook to b7, rook to a6, putting more pressure on c6 there. Rook c7 there, and rook to a5 was played. After rook a5, pawn to a6. H6 was played, knight to D7, knight to D2, sorry, not D7, knight to D2, trying to reach C5 now. Knight comes to B6, putting pressure on C4 pawn. So Nihal trying some things over here, but not really going their way. And now this is quite safe. And now bishop F3. And now this repetition. There was some repetition there, but Nihal tried to bring the knight back to D6 now, attacking this pawn, trying to go here, forking this and this. But here just simply F3 and no more threats with the knight. Everything stopped. Now Bishop went back to C8 where it started his life. He went back to that square, maybe trying to come on this square, or I don't know the idea of C8, Bishop C8 right now. Maybe this or something. This is not possible because his rook is 7. Maybe stopping rook a6 move. That was the idea of Bishop C8. Okay, so Bishop D3 here, pawn to A6. Okay, playing pawn A6 was the idea there. Okay, so then rook comes back now, king goes back, king D4, rook D7, and the repetition, and then it was agreed a draw. And here, if you look at the time, actually, this was the final time on the clock when we were looking at the game live, guys. Nihal had around 20 seconds left on the clock, and although he has the advantage, he did not have sufficient time to think about how he can convert this extra pawn advantage into a win. That is the reason why, guys, this game ended in draw. It was sheer time pressure. If Nihal had about maybe 15-20 minutes more, he could have spent more time trying to uh, turn tables around and trying to get something out of this dull and equal position there. So, yeah, maybe let's hope that next time when Nihal comes back, we are able to see some good wins out there. So this was a game between Nihal Sarin. So far, guys, we have covered all the games. We have started with the this was today's pairings on round 7 for the Turkish Airlines, for which Gukesh is playing in the Turkish Super League. This is his team on left-hand side. He has four grandmasters playing with him and two international masters. They were playing against Hatay Metropolitan Municipality Youth Sports, wherein they had only three grandmasters and three international masters. So I think their team won today, Turkish Airlines, Gukesh also won the game there, and their team is on top right now in the Turkish Super League. This is today's game, which we covered in the previous stream. Not previous stream, we covered it some time back. Gukesh won against Iran's number 3 player Grandmaster IdaniPouya 2-6-4-1. And it was a fantastic game. Do check the stream again, guys, if you want to go through that. This game we covered again. We covered a game between this Arjun Erigasi and Ronak Sadhwani, wherein Ronak was having a great position, but unfortunately he lost the grip due to back-to-back blunders, and then Arjun never let the game go off his hands. This is round 6 of Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. Tomorrow we'll be having round 6 of Turkey Super League and round 7 of Abu Dhabi Chess Festival. So that will be exciting to cover tomorrow. So stay tuned, guys, for tomorrow as well. This is Nihal's game. Nihal's game was an opposite side castling game, wherein his opponent Indjic Aleksandar sacrificed the pawn and tried to go for the attack, but it did not work. So they had to settle for a draw. Although Nihal had a extra pawn on the queen side, he did not have sufficient time to think about how to convert that pawn into a winning advantage. So he went for a draw there. And then the last game, Adhiban, we covered today. Adhiban lost against Evgeny. Evgeny is from Russia, number 8 player of Russia. And after this loss, I think Adhiban will slip down few places more. And Evgeny, he was, I think, around in first, in was on around top 10. So he will jump to maybe fourth or fifth place after this win. Do check this win, guys. This game, guys, we have covered in the live stream the entire game. There was sacrifice on a6, and it was a beautiful sacrifice on a6 by Evgeny, winning the game there. These were the Abu Dhabi standings before today's round, before round 5. After round 5, this were the standings there. Arjun Erigasi won today on number 3, so he will move on to number 1 or number 2. Alexander has drawn today with Nihal Sarin, so he will move down from number 2, maybe number 4 or number 5. Ronak lost today, so Ronak will move down, and Nihal will stay around the same position because he has drawn. So we will see tomorrow's updates. Arjun must be on top. We'll have to check Robson's game also, what happened there. Okay, guys, so that was a stream for today, a huge and a big stream coming to a great end. We have a very nice day today. It was great answering your questions and queries and comments. I'll just quickly check if there are any more questions left in the chat before we do today. Yeah, Ajju says Nihal took like 50 minutes for one movie. Yes, Ajju, that's true. And I do not see any more comments there. Thank you very much, Ritesh Singh. It was a really pleasure to bring this stream to you guys and stream live and cover four games today, important games. You can go to the stream. I know it's for 4 hours, but 4 hours and 35 minutes. That's a long stream, guys. But it was worth staying here and speaking to you guys, listening to your questions, queries, and answering them, and also analyzing the games. So it's a late night here now in India. It's 11 past 11. So even I'm tired now from for this long stream. So those who are watching still and those who have not liked the video, guys, please hit that like button before you close. That will motivate me a little bit more to bring more games and more content to you. I can see there are around 8,000 views, guys, but only 133 likes. So please, guys, hit that like button before you close that video and subscribe to the channel if guys if you have not yet subscribed. So I'll be taking a leave now, guys. It was a fantastic day. I hope to see you tomorrow again with the live stream. We'll be covering five games tomorrow, starting with Gukesh, Nihal Sarin, we have Arjun, we have Ronak Sadhwani, and we have uh, Adhiban's game also. So Saraswati Serene is here. He says, Gukesh standing in Turkey Super League, please. Let me quickly check if I have that around. If I have it, definitely I'll bring on the screen now. Okay, guys, the problem is they do not have this right now. I'll just show you the chess results screen on the chess results on the screen right now, but I don't think they have anything as of now that I can show. Let me bring that up, guys. Hold on, please. Yeah, this is the one. I will try to just minimize because they should this just results. They just start showing any ads, any random bad ads on the screen, guys. So I'm just reducing thing. I'm really afraid of showing this website anywhere. Okay. Okay, so this is the page, guys, and I cannot see any individual rankings here. There is a board pairings on round 7, Steam pairing for all the rounds, and individual from the individual point of view. The ranking cross table is rank table is here. These are all the table the ranking for the mm, teams and not for the players. So I don't have that right now. What is the current standing according to the Gukesh position? But this is the team event, guys. So it will be shown all for the team. If you know where we can see the individual players ranking, let me know. I can check that as well. Okay, yes, thanks guys. So that's it for today, guys. I am really happy that you joined the stream. Bye bye, guys. Good night. I still have to have my dinner. I hope you guys had your dinner and had a good time there. I'll have some dinner and relax now. Okay, guys, thank you. Bye bye. Good night. Take care. Keep smiling and keep playing chess till we meet in the next stream or the next video. Bye bye, guys.